Hi everyone, welcome to NordRedCon 2021. My name is Taiji, the co-organizer of this conference and also co-organizer of Node-RED User Group Japan. This conference is the most huge Node-RED event worldwide. So we are broadcasting is as multilingual English and Japanese. Anyway, we are happy to meet you all today. Everybody, let's enjoy. All right. I'll hand the mic to Seigo as opening talk speaker. Thank you. Okay, so let me. Come on,
Sure.
the Seigo.
Carol, yeah.
Hey,
Hey, I'm
how's it
Seigo
going,
Tanaka.
Seigo?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
All right. So you are opening talk speaker. All right.
yes,
Are you ready?
go. Yeah.
Okay,
Uh,
please go ahead.
yes. I'm start about opening Node.con 2021 opening talk. Okay, I share my presentation. Let's go. Yeah, okay. Okay, Taiji-san, presentation share, okay?
All right. This. Sorry.
Okay.
Let's.
Oh, let's go. Welcome to Node.con Tokyo, Node.con 2021. Okay. Next, this opening talk will talk in Japanese and English alternative for all attendees. このオープニングトークでは参加者全員を対象に日本語と英語を交互に話します。このような図の通りです。like this picture. Okay. Uh, I talk again. Thank you for coming to Node.con Tokyo 2021. 本日は Node.con、2021にご来場いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。Node.con Tokyo, like this event, a digital technology conference for all of Node.red users. A lot of amazing projects such as the latest case studies from Japan and overseas news that you can't usually hear, and technical news. Let's go. ノードレットコン、2021、ノードレットコンの今日2021は、ノードレットコンに関するノードレットに関するデジタル技術カンファレンスです。国内外の最新事情であったり、普段聞けないネタであったり、技術的なネタ、いろいろな楽しいご登壇内容や企画が盛りだくさんです。ノードレットを使ったことある方でも、使ってない方でも、ぜひともこれを機会にノードレットの魅力を改めて知ってください。よろしくお願いいたします。Why you attend Node.com? And it's they 6 point. Cool speakers, very nice speakers. Yes, thank you. And a good opportunity to communicate and global event and local Japanese use case mix there. It's very nice. And also, maybe, new case studies, it's give great inspiration. And also, you feel good Node-RED connection and networking. Let's try and live the moment. It's very real time. Let's enjoy this event. Thank you. ノードレッドコンではこんな機会があります。豪華なスピーカーもありますし、仲間になるチャンスということで、今回のイベントで空気を感じてください。そしてグローバルイベントなので、日本のユースケースもありますが、グローバルのユースケースも感じてですね、いろいろなユースケースを、インスピレーションを持って進化させてください。よろしくお願いします。そしてですね、今回、このような形でたくさんの人が参加してますので、ここでですね、ネットワーキングなり、いろいろな人を知るというところで、ぜひともよろしくお願いいたします。This event holds on YouTube Live. YouTube Live comment area is just opened. Let's interact. 今日のイベントは YouTube ライブで開催されます。コメントもできますので、ぜひともご交流ください。And today, Twitter hashtag each tracks、今日のハッシュタグです。Global track like this, Node-RED and Node-RED JP and Node-RED track global. Local track A, Node-RED, Node-RED JP, and track local A. Finally, local track B, Node-RED, Node-RED JP, track local B. Let's let's add your tweet like this hashtag. Thank you. We have one global track and two local tracks. Being digital, you can move between sessions and your convenience. 日本語と、英語のトラックが、今回あってマルチトラックでございます。デジタルなのでご都合に合わせてセッションを、ご自由にお聞きください。このようなイラストの通りで、like this picture. Thank you. And amazing speaker like this, very many and fantastic, amazing use case. We are looking forward. Let's enjoy like this, and like this. Thank you, very, very thank you. And a bit talk. They are behind the conference organizers like these persons. Very, very also thank you. Okay, please enjoy this event. ぜひぜひ皆さん盛り上がっていきましょう。That's all.
Thank you, Seigo.
Yeah.
Yep. Hi, audiences. The next session is a keynote session presented by Robin. But we will start the first keynote session in 3 minutes. Please wait a moment. Thank you. Right. So we would like to start the Noricon Tokyo keynote session. The first speaker is Robin Jin. Okay, please welcome Robin.
Hey,
Robin.
hey, thanks for having me, and thank you all the organizers for.
Yeah, thank you for joining too.
Yeah,
and we are happy to having you for the keynote session. Right. So your talk is how OpenJS Foundation is supporting the path to sustainability, right?
That's right.
So yeah, are you ready to talk?
I'm ready to talk.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Great. So yeah, hi. Just to introduce myself again, I'm Robin Ginn, the Executive Director of the OpenJS Foundation. And again, just really delighted to be here. Again, thank you all the organizers. I know that's a lot of work and we really appreciate everything you do. And I know we're going to have a lot of great speakers at this conference and I'm excited to hear from them as well. hearing about new amazing use cases. I know we're going to hear from Nick later today. If Nick's watching Awake in England, hey, Nick, and see about the future of Node-RED. But I thought I would just give you a little context on how we at the OpenJS Foundation and the Linux Foundation are really supporting Node-RED in its path to sustainability. So a little bit of history. I grew up in Seattle, Washington, where, it was like the home of grunge music, Nirvana, Pearl Jam. But, 1995 was also a big year in technology. JavaScript was created in 1995. Brendan Eich created the first version of JavaScript in only 10 days. And for context, the same year, 1995, Google was created as a Stanford research project, which they called at the time Backrub. Amazon.com sold its first book in 1995. And Microsoft launched Windows 95 and Internet Explorer, leading to fierce competition in the browser space. So my history is I spent much of my career at Microsoft, over 10 years, but my job was really to make friends with our competition. I was the first open source communication executive hired there in 2008. And it was really fantastic. But when the call came for the OpenJS Foundation, I just jumped on it. And I blogged about joining 2 years ago, and kind of the stories I told my parents. So I'm leaving Microsoft. I'm going to work for a nonprofit. And they're like, what? You're going to work for a nonprofit? And I'm like, yes, it really, truly is an amazing privilege and a great opportunity. So, my history is I have a journalism degree. I'm a writer, and I did a lot of tech policy. So I kind of thought some of that writing and that sort of technical diplomacy might come in handy. So during my time over the years at Microsoft, particularly, our job was to build bridges. And I really learned a lot at that time and how to sort of create change and how we did that. And, at that time, we had to create a culture change, not only inside Microsoft, but outside Microsoft. Again, this is 2008, 2010. This was a company who was not used to sharing code internally. So imagine how with open source, the idea of sharing code externally. But we really learned a lot from other foundations like the Linux Foundation, Eclipse Foundation, Apache Software. And they really, along with these industry leaders, help create a lot of best practices that help guide the company. We also sort of took advantage of the changing business model. The cloud really changed everything, particularly for developers and open source developers. So that was pretty significant. But building trust was also quite hard. And one thing that we learned was if you don't acknowledge past mistakes, then people may not listen to what you have to say that's great, or now and in the future. So whenever we would tell our story, we would acknowledge our mistakes, and then we would say, judge us by our actions. And for us, that was code talks. So, those were some pretty important lessons, and sort of that sort of humble and humility kind of position that I know that we take into the Linux Foundation as well. So today, my job with all of you and all of the folks in the JavaScript ecosystem is how do you take a 25-year-old language and keep it safe and modern for its just astronomical user base. Most people are surprised to hear that over 97% of the world's websites use JavaScript. So most people are using JavaScript whether they know it or not. So for me, that's a pretty easy story to tell my family. Hey, we're talking millions of downloads of our projects and technologies. JavaScript continues to hold the #1 spot on developer surveys, GitHub Octoverse, RedMonk, even Stack Overflow. Year after year, JavaScript is really holding strong as the top programming language. And just some big numbers. If you look at NPM downloads, this was from Nat Friedman this year. wow, 4 billion packages on NPM per day. And, you know, that does not even count China, because China has a China version that's mirrored. So it's some pretty big numbers. And so, you know, people ask, you know, wow, JavaScript has had a great 25 years, but will it continue to have renewed growth in the future? Will it stay strong? And, you know, we think it does. And this is really evidenced by the diverse multi-stakeholder communities that make up the OpenJS Foundation. So OpenJS, if you don't know, it was created about 2.5 years ago through the merger of the Node.js and the JS Foundations. And so we like to say we're new, but many of us have been working on this for a long time. And me personally, I had worked on the Node.js Foundation from the very beginning. And so it's been really great to come together. And we're seeing a lot of great communities start to support each other and help each other out. We have wonderful projects. Of course, Node-RED, our star today. We have AMP and Appium, Electron, ESLint, jQuery still going strong, Node.js, NVM, Webpack. So many of you may use some of these in your work today. And just to touch on some of the great work that is happening across all of these projects, this is just in the last few months. The pandemic did not slow these communities down. They're shipping constantly. AMP with its plugin for WordPress, Appium moving to final release with some really cool use cases across consumer devices. Electron v15, I think we're hearing about Electron today. ESLint releases frequently, and they have a triage board to make it really easy if that's something you're interested in. And a lot of other new projects shipping. And you may have seen this week, actually, Node version 17 launched. And how Node.js works is they have even and odd numbers. The even numbers are the stable versions, and we're going to take Node 16 to long-term support next week. Node 17 launched this week, so you can read about some of those updates. And jQuery, as I mentioned, still going strong, used by 73% of the 10 million most popular websites. But let's talk about Node-RED. Wow. Node-RED was created in 2013, as you probably know, a project coming out of IBM and the great work of Nick O'Leary and Dave Conway Jones. And really, they just grew the project so quickly and did some really innovative things very quickly. They joined the JS Foundation, which is now the OpenJS Foundation, in 2016. And at the time, the technical leaders who make up the foundation deemed Node-RED to be important and impactful for the JavaScript ecosystem. And we always like to say that Node-RED is one of our stars, because whenever we write about Node-RED on our blog, on Twitter, or it's on YouTube, our readership and our numbers spike. People love Node-RED. So I'm really excited to get some of this, hear more about some of the great stories coming out of this conference, because I know we'll have a lot of other folks interested in the weeks to come. Excuse me. So if we think about how we support Node-RED and broadly the JavaScript ecosystem, we have 5 goals, and I'll just touch briefly on those and go into a little bit more detail. Adoption is huge, because if you drive adoption of an open source project, you get more contributors, it grows, the features grow, the stability grows, and as more people implement it and more people depend on it. We facilitate collaboration and again, provide that independent method to convene. And we also have something that we call open governance, not we, the open source industry calls open governance. And what open governance is essentially like a written set of instructions on how you make decisions within an open source project. And by doing so, it makes it sort of fair and easy for people to participate. And not all open source projects today, or even especially back 10 years ago, had a really good open governance model. And I remember sitting in Seattle thinking, oh gosh, how do we get a pull request through? We don't sit in Silicon Valley. Are we not having beers with the right people? So having an open governance model really makes it easy for people to participate in your project. Another big role and goal that we have is hosting a reliable infrastructure for the projects. I'll talk more about that. And then all of us at OpenJS are really big advocates for an open and accessible web. And I'll talk more about what we're doing there and in the standard space. So we are, excuse me, we are an umbrella organization. We have 38 projects. But so how we've designed it is each project has like an independence for their technical direction. And we think that's very important. And the governance model really just provides everything else that will cross all of the projects or will help them operate in a non-development kind of way. So if you think about how this kind of works, we have what's really important is our cross-project council. Those are the industry representatives from those 38 projects. And they decide what projects we take in, what sort of programs we can do just to support all of the projects. And they're really a great resource. And you're invited to participate. Anybody's invited to participate in the Cross-Project Council. Of course, our board of directors set our mission and our technical policy, and they fund the organization as they're from our paid members. And of course, we would be nowhere without our developer communities who provide all of our feedback. And so, excuse me, if you think about Node-RED, I call it Team Node-RED at the OpenJS Foundation, is we're like the product team if you're at a big company, right? So you have the project who are doing all the development, and we're there to do everything to make it a success. So we really want to remove any friction so the project can just focus on the code and the community. So what does that look like? We help convene the community. You may have come across Jory Burson, our community director at OpenJS. She's super cool. And she convenes a lot of the meetings and moderates and does a lot of great work. We have a program to support the infrastructure and tools of the projects. And we have a lot of support from the Linux Foundation IT department as well to help that, and a lot of great folks in the industry who contribute some of that as well. Marketing, which I'll touch on later, again, which helps adoption. We have a great training and certification program, again, in partnership with the Linux Foundation and the community, and I'll touch more on that. We have a wonderful event every year, and we would love to help scale it more globally once we can travel. And then we also provide operational support and legal support. We have lawyers to help our projects. And Brian Warner is super awesome. He's like our COO operations guru, and he helps everything from trademark enforcement with our attorneys to really just making sure everything just runs really smoothly. So again, marketing is big. And again, Node-RED is a big star for us. We have a number of our channels, so to speak, and hopefully you've tuned into some of those. Our blog, which features project milestones and program announcements. We have a great mailing list that we use in a very limited fashion. We're very careful about that, but just want to keep you up to speed on big things. We have our big in-person plus hybrid event coming up in June in Austin, Texas. You're all invited. It's called OpenJS World. So that'll be great. And then we do a lot on YouTube as well. We have Ask Me Anythings. And as you can see, there's Nick and Dave. They did an AMA where the community participated live. And we've been doing a lot of great end user case studies. And I think I heard at the intro, I think we're all excited to hear those because Node-RED really just enables some really cool scenarios. Hope you're all following us on Twitter. If you're not, give us a follow. I'll be following the hashtag for the conference and help amplify that. And again, we have our website with all of our information. So again, helping developers sort of prepare for their careers is something that we think is very important. And a training and certification program for Node.js had been in really demand for many years. And the Node community had gotten feedback. So when I started, we hired NodeSource and Nearform, who are sort of experts in the space, to help fully develop that curriculum and launch that. So we have one for apps and we have one for services. And what we're finding is it's really a great way to showcase your talent in the job market and help companies really find great people who are skilled. And, you know, we had one individual, Prosper Opara. He's a full stack engineer at Deimos Cloud in Nigeria. He shared his experience in taking the certification. And he talked about it giving him more confidence with his skills, and it really helped his career. But at the Linux Foundation, there's a lot of great training. I encourage you to check out the library. There's a lot of free training in the library, everything beyond Node.js. Of course, there's Linux and blockchain and security and open source best practices, inclusive speaking, Kubernetes, all kinds of trainings available. So I'd really encourage you to check out that library and see if you find something for you. We also launched a really fun program last year. It's for individual supporters, and it is called JavaScriptlandia. And JavaScriptlandia is a program wherever you may live. It's a way to sort of unify folks who are big fans of JavaScript. But in addition to collecting a digital badge, and we have other swag as well, you can collect your favorite project badge and put those on your social profiles. So you see the Node-RED one right down there. And then you get some really great other community benefits. You get discounts. And we have a website, javascriptlandia.com, and you can check it out. It's $25 yearly, and we'll be doing some more fun things throughout the year. So I mentioned our members. We would not be anywhere without our members. They provide the funding for our operations, and they play a very active role in how we govern our organization. So Google, IBM, Joyent, Microsoft, GoDaddy, and Netflix. And we're starting to grow. We had a few new members just join. I think Sentry joined this week. They just squeaked in. American Express, Bloomberg, Coinbase, all new members who just joined. So we really appreciate everything they do to support our organization. You know, our board president is Todd Moore. He's the VP of Open Tech at IBM. And I asked him, so Todd, why does IBM invest so much in the organization? And it's not just being a member, which they are a platinum member, but you'll see there are folks actively engaging in a number of technical committees that really support all of the projects. And essentially, as you can see, it's big business, and IBM really depends on a lot of the technologies that are being built under the OpenJS Foundation umbrella. So the pandemic, you know, it really changed a lot, not just how we work, but of course, just huge spikes with this digital transformation. And of course, we feel a great responsibility being the web organization. And what we found is just JavaScript is just so essential to so many organizations today. So if you didn't know, JavaScript is actually used in space. A few years back, the Node project did a case study with NASA, where we found that they were using Node.js to build spacesuit solutions to prevent leakage, so monitoring things. So we thought, you know, when I was hired, I thought, you know, I'm going to check in with NASA, see if they'll take my call. and see what the latest and greatest is with JavaScript and Node.js. Well, we got really lucky. Christina Koch, who is the astronaut, she spent a year on the space station, the International Space Station. She joined us at OpenJS World last year for a keynote, and I urge you to check it out. And she talked about how aerospace engineering is benefiting from JavaScript, and talked a lot and showed some great scenes. She's also a photographer if you're interested. But what we learned is that the astronauts up in the International Space Station, they all have tablets. And a lot of that's for entertainment because they keep the secure NASA communication separate. So they watch Netflix, they talk to their families. And so, yeah, they do have the World Wide Web in space, which we think is pretty cool. And we also found out that they're using JavaScript with Chromium for the SpaceX Dragon rocket. And the folks who are wearing the spacesuit solutions today, they actually had to have custom gloves made in their spacesuits for sort of that touch interface. So we thought that was pretty cool. So sort of going about how we approach the way we support our projects. Again, JavaScript's everywhere, and our projects are really important to what you're building. So we set policies that really prioritize stability and openness. Most of our meetings are held in the open on YouTube. You can participate live, you can watch it later. And we encourage decision-making really at all levels. And we also work and reach out to projects that are not under the foundation and just to see what we can do to help them. You'll also, because JavaScript is standardized and implemented in all of the major browsers, you'll see a lot of our technical leaders and community leaders participating in standard setting organizations like ECMA TC39, W3C, Unicode Consortium, and more. And we have a really active standards working group. And, you know, in the past, I think people thought that open source and open standards were a little out of sync. And we're just not finding that today. We're finding that the community silos are like nearly erased. So that's been great to see. And, you know, if you look at how the foundation prioritizes that stability and the neutrality, a lot of people actually do credit the Node.js Foundation, now OpenJS, with the stability of Node.js. You know, when Node became part of the Node Foundation, at the time, it really did sort of help overcome fractures in the community and the code base. And today you'll see it is really a healthy, diverse project with just a number of stakeholders participating on the technical steering committee. And again, big companies are taking big bets on Node.js, from Netflix, LinkedIn, Uber, Facebook, Baidu. So it's been really great to see. I had mentioned infrastructure, which is really important. So we provide resources for hosting, CI/CD, and scale testing of our open source projects. So for example, we meet with the jQuery team frequently. We've been helping migrate some of their old infrastructure into new modern, and you can read about that on our blog and sort of the journey we're taking with them. But while their CDN distributes 2.2 petabytes of jQuery libraries per month. So a lot of work to make sure that the infrastructure of these open source projects are taken care of. So in addition to open source projects like Node-RED and others, we have something called collaboration spaces. And a collaboration space is sort of like a special interest group, like a SIG, which you might hear in other groups. And it's really a way for the community to find sort of common problems, common opportunities, and to kind of have greater scale in solving those. And because security is always a top priority, that was sort of the first one that the OpenJS technical leaders created. It's under our cross-project council. They found there was a lot of noise in the industry with security management and reporting, and the CVEs were just not being addressed probably in the way that they should. And so by creating some best practices and perhaps some solutions, the community hopes to have, just more input and effectiveness with security companies, researchers, and the broader industry. So if you're interested in that, please join. And then just sort of jumping a little bit more into security, I wanted to share some more things that are happening under the Linux Foundation that we're participating in. As you know, open source is just critical in the supply software chain. It's really being used everywhere. It's really the default way on how software and services are being built. But what we're finding, and this is data from Sonatype that the Open Source Security Foundation just released, not all parts are created equally. And if you can see, 29% of projects contain known vulnerabilities. And we know that there's some JavaScript projects that sort of fall under that. This was a really surprising statistic for me from that Sonatype research, that supply chain breaches were up 650% in 2021. So yeah, pretty significant. So there, as you can see, this slide is huge, and I'll have copies of the slide and you can check them out, and there's links. There is just a lot of work going on under the Linux Foundation and partnering with academics and other entities on security. So there is a lot of great work being done. But what was really exciting this month is the industry really sort of increased their effort and raised $10 million for new commitments to secure the software supply chain. Look at all of these companies who contributed. So that was just really encouraging to see. So why is everybody stepping up now? I mean, we saw the data, and there's a few things driving it, right? So open source really is front and center, I think, for everybody. It is the new reality. It's not even a question anymore on whether or not we do open source. Security is huge. We know there's no silver bullet to solve security, but our economies depend on it. And as you can see from that statistic, the bad guys are winning a little bit, so there's more to do. And we're also seeing governments demand more action. I know in the United States, President Biden put out a cybersecurity initiative. I know that's a priority probably in every country. So people really are coming together. And here's just a few of the programs that you'll see roll out from the OpenSSF in the next probably 3 to 6 months. They're starting to prioritize the absolute critical projects, and they have a number of ways to using data to analyze which ones those are. So they're working with us in a couple of our projects to do some exploration. Again, working on fixing some of that vulnerability disclosures. The group wants to work on security tooling to make it easier to automate the best way to address, security issues. We talked about informing. We've been doing work on the reporting and just having a better method to do so. Of course, education, security, best practices are always huge. And then they're also going to look at potential areas for standardization. Is there anything that we need to do in a number of these areas to publish standards, adopt, extend or add on to some standards? So we'll see how that evolves. But I encourage you, we'll be tracking it as well with our projects, OpenSSF as well. A lot of really exciting, amazing work happening there. So as I mentioned, the Linux Foundation. So we at OpenJS, we are an independent foundation under the Linux Foundation. And so I get to share their resources as much as I need. The other executive directors at the foundations are sort of my peer group. and we support each other in everything that we do. And so what we're seeing is now that, open source is just taking off, it's everywhere. We're also just seeing that the industry is just really working well together. There isn't that competition that I had mentioned early on. So really at the Linux Foundation and OpenJS, as I mentioned, we just really want to simplify the lives of developers and really ensure that those ecosystems are healthy across all of our projects. There is a lot of services that are provided broadly at the Linux Foundation, and wow, it is just almost, there's more demand than we can almost keep up with, but we're trying really hard. And you just look at this, is some of this data, and it's just going so fast from how we support each project, from all the convenings and the messaging, the CLA, kind of tracking all of the CLAs that we do, community meetings, repos. There's a lot of things that we're working on to help make it a little bit easier, again, for these projects to operate. So yeah, the Linux Foundation, you all know it's Linux, right? It's the 30th anniversary of Linux, but it's so much more than that. The LF is really, really privileged to have 750 of the most important open source projects. And you'll see sort of us in the web. You'll see us at the OpenJS, Node-RED. You'll even see folks who have their own foundation like GraphQL. But really, it's just touching sort of every area that you can imagine. So, as I mentioned before, there's just this amazing positive collaboration taking place right now. And even if you think about companies that are fierce rivals, the Microsofts and the Amazons and the Googles, all working together on just solving big global problems. And that's really what, when I look through everything that's happening with Node-RED, I see a lot of that, and I just see so much opportunity. So here's just some of the new and some not so new foundations that I think are pretty cool. They're kind of helping solve big global problems. There's the Green Software Foundation that's working on climate change. That's new. LF Energy's been here a little bit longer. They're working on open source and kind of securing the energy grid for our countries. We had a great speaker at Open Source Summit from RareCamp, where they're using open source analysis to look at rare diseases. Again, stuff in agriculture, prison reform, COVID and health, of course. And then one of my favorites is the Software Developer Diversity and Inclusion. That's run by Priyanka Sharma from CNCF. And they're doing some great work. And we've adopted their inclusive language program, where we've gone through all of our repos and removed any sort of harmful language. So really proud of some of the great work that's happening there. So as I mentioned, I have been working in open source for many years, but I never really thought I was a contributor because, you look at my GitHub, there's not a lot of green, right? But I heard Linus Torvalds speak in 2017. And when he talked about how everybody matters for the success of a project. And I think it was truly then I'm like, you're right. I am a contributor, because you need to do so much in addition to coding to make a project successful. So, so whether you are in marketing, or you're a lawyer, or you're a community organizer, or a business leader, you are a core contributor of open source. And then I have another mentor I had along the way, Jean Pally. And he had a saying that I've sort of taken with our OpenJS team. And he always told us 1 + 1 = 3. And it means the sum of being together is bigger than being apart. And so for us, that meant, when you're working on something big and important, let's have engineering, marketing, advocacy, policy all at the table. Let's be at the table with your competitors in the industry while still respecting everybody's individuality. So that was, just really important. And I think it's really guided how we think about how we work with the industry at the OpenJS Foundation. So again, I mentioned it's been quite a year. I'm kind of getting to the end of my keynote. I pulled a tweet from one of our new projects, NativeScript, because I really think it characterizes kind of the culture that we've created among the open source communities. And again, if you know Nick and Dave and the folks who are organizing this event, I think you can attest that it's a pretty great place to be, the warmth of family, a friend, and all working together to support each other's best intentions. So I invite you to help shape the future of JavaScript and Node-RED. There's so many ways to get involved. If you go to the collaboration space on our website, you can join our Slack, our public calendar, and we would really love to have you. So if you have any questions, I would love to hear from you. If not, you can DM me on Twitter, send me an email, and thank you.
Right. Thank you, Robin.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great presentation.
Thank you.
Right. And Mizuki, you muted, I think. Right. So, yes, it's a very interesting session for me. And so the Linux Foundation has a long and very interesting history, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, right. And it seems it's very great to see there's so many companies supporting Linux Foundation and under the all projects, especially IBM, because of I used to be working at IBM as a developer advocate, and so I've worked with Todmore sometimes
for
wonderful. Just event basis, right?
Oh, he's a great leader. Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Right. So many JS related projects out there, right? And you, as you mentioned, in your talk, right? So Node-RED also it be the also transition from the Node.js Foundation to OpenJS Foundation due to the merge, the project.
The merger, right? They were part of JS, the JavaScript Foundation.
Right.
Yeah, that was merged.
Yeah, I think it's very hard work at the Linux Foundation managing the lots of projects. Yes.
It's hard work, but it's very rewarding, you know, again. So I have one of the best jobs. I'm very grateful. Yeah.
Got it. Hey, Mizuki, do we have any questions for her?
Oh, yes. We got now a comment from Nick. Thank you.
Oh, Nick.
Thanks, Robin. Yes, great talk. Yes, thank you.
So much. That's so nice. Yeah.
We simply didn't have been.
Well, you're a great partner, your community. And again, I know that you have so many fans, which has been really great to see because we love building fans. So,
yeah. Good.
Right.
Thank you.
Great.
And I have a question.
Yeah.
Thank you for your nice presentation. So impressed. And you said some keyword ecosystem and expand JS and innovation. So I think Node-RED change and transform way to innovation, I think. And in many cases, sound me, people use Node-RED for just POC and prototype, but using for production is increasing or not?
That's maybe a question for Nick, but what I love about Node-RED is it helps so many developers. You can be a low-code developer. You can be, want to work on the hardest technical, projects and architecture, but you need everything, right, to work. And so Node-RED just helps such a broad array of developers and projects to innovate in the way that works best for each person. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
This was a very good session. Oh, yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
And
great.
Great found open source.
Oh, yay, open source. Yeah.
Yeah.
Open
source, right.
Yay, open source. Great.
Right. So we end the Hacktoberfest also, right?
Hacktoberfest, yeah.
For open source basis project. Great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Yeah,
great.
Got it. All right. So the time's up for your session, and thank you for your great keynote presentation.
Thank you for having me.
We are very excited. Yeah. Great. Yeah,
I'm very honored that you invited me. It's wonderful. Hopefully, we'll meet in person next year.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Great.
Bye. Yes, thank you for watching the keynote session for audiences. The next session will be starting in 8 minutes. Please wait a moment. Stay tuned. Hi everyone, welcome back. From now, we have the breakout session. So it means we have 3 tracks. Here is global track, and the other 2 tracks is the local track A and B. Please watch any tracks that you want to watch, right? From on this global track, we have the next session, installing Node-RED on an always free ARM instance in the Oracle Cloud, presented by Todd from Oracle. Okay, please welcome Todd. Hey Todd, how's it going?
Good, Taiji. Thank you for having me. Very honored and humbled to be here. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with your conference.
Yeah, thank you too. We are happy to have your session on NodeRedCon 2021. Okay, so are you ready to go?
All good.
Yes. Okay, please go ahead.
Excellent. Again, thank you for having me. My name is Todd Sharp, and this session is about installing Node-RED on an always free instance in the Oracle Cloud. Very quickly, a little bit about me. I am a developer advocate for Oracle. I work with developers like you every day. And basically, I try to learn what you're using, how you're using it. And I take that feedback and I bring it to our organizations and our engineers and our project managers. And I use that feedback to help make better products. At the same time, I advocate to you for some of the products and services that are available in the Oracle Cloud. So I'm kind of a middleman and work between developers and our organizations to make better software for you, for developers. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on YouTube, my blog, GitHub. All of my links are shown there. And I should also say I will do my best to try to speak slowly. And if you do have a hard time understanding anything, please post a question and I will try to slow down if I'm talking too fast, or I'll try to clarify if you don't understand. So please feel free to stop me or ask if you have any questions. So in this session, you will learn how to install, launch, secure, and integrate Node-RED on an always free instance in the cloud. And I think one of the questions that some people may be asking is, why would you want to run Node-RED in the cloud? And that's a good question, because a lot of times when we're installing Node-RED, we're doing this locally, or we're in a very controlled environment where we're not exposing our Node-RED instance to the world. And it's very useful in that use case. It's very good to run on a Raspberry Pi. In fact, I also run it on a Raspberry Pi that's downstairs in my closet, locally here in my house for various home automation, things like that. But there's always the opportunity there's always going to be the need to run things remotely. Distributed teams. Let's say you're working on a project with people who live in other areas, and you want to be able to make your flows available to your entire team. Well, at that point, obviously, you're going to want to go to something like the cloud and get your instance up and running in the cloud and available. It also helps you keep your home network secure. If you have a Node-RED instance that you want to again be available remotely from maybe your mobile device or something like that, then you're going to have to expose a firewall port in your home network, and you may not want to do that. So there's many reasons why you would want to run Node-RED in the cloud. I won't cover all of them because we have limited time here, but I will tell you how to run your Node-RED instance in the cloud. So Oracle has what I like to say, the best always free tier in the cloud. And that's a bold claim. But I do believe that it is the best always free tier in the cloud. For just to give you an idea of some of the offerings that we have, the first thing I want to talk about is databases. We give you 2 databases, 1 CPU each, 20 10 gigs of storage each, and NoSQL as well if you need NoSQL. But we give you 2 databases absolutely free in the cloud forever. As long as you use them on a regular basis, they're always free. We give you 2 AMD virtual machines. These have very limited resources. They have 1 CPU and 1 gigabit of RAM, but they're good enough to do blogs and small type projects that you want to do in the cloud. But we also give you 4 Ampere ARM cores and 24 gigabits of RAM in the cloud to use how you want. So if you wanted to run 4 different servers with 1 CPU and 6 gigabits of RAM, you could do that. If you wanted to run 1 big machine with 4 cores and 24 gigs of RAM, you could do that as well. We also give you block storage, volume storage, object storage, load balancer, all kinds of other things in the free cloud, free tier. And again, these are absolutely free forever. And I think they're great. I think they're very easy to get started with. They're easy to use. And one of the very first things that I thought of when I heard about our free tier was, hey, I want to get Node-RED running up in the cloud. And so that's what I did. So the first step in getting started with launching your instance in the cloud is to create an account. And to do that, you go to cloud.oracle.com/free, and you sign up for an account. There, you provide your normal information, your credit card, your mobile phone confirmation, and then you're all set up and you're all signed up, and that's all you have to do. So the next step is to launch the Always Free instance. So I want to show you really quickly how you would do that. And to do that, you log into the Oracle Cloud Console. And let me put this on my monitor over here. So once you log into the Oracle Cloud Console, you could come here and you search for instances, and then you click on Create Instance. And to do that, you need to give your instance a name. So we'll call it Node-RED Demo. You choose an availability domain. This is basically the data center that you want your instance to be available in. You can choose any data center, any availability domain. You choose your image and your shape. So the image is the operating system. So the default is Oracle Linux, but you could choose Ubuntu, any other operating system that you wanted to run in the cloud in your VM, you could choose that here. And then you choose the shape of your virtual machine. Here we can select Ampere. We see that the A1 Flex shape is always free eligible. So if we select that, we can then select our cores and our RAM that we want allocated and select that shape. And then we come down to networking, and we can either create a new network if we have not yet set up a virtual cloud network, or we can choose an existing virtual cloud network. In this case, I've already got one set up. Scroll down a little bit here and then choose which public key we want to use. And this is how we will authenticate when we want to SSH into the machine. We can have the Cloud Console generate a key for us, or we can upload a key or paste a public key. And this is the public key portion of a public and private key pair that you would use to authenticate when you were logging into the machine. And then click Create. Once you click Create, the virtual machine will start to be provisioned in the background. And once it's provisioned, we can SSH into that machine, which I've already done here. And just for the sake of time, this is where I'm at here. At this point, to install it, we can just run the Linux installer that is built for Oracle Cloud, for Oracle Linux, I'm sorry. And once we do that, we can answer whether or not we want to open a port on our firewall to the for port 1880. And next, we just answer yes, and the installer will start installing Node-RED for us. As soon as that's done, I won't wait for that here because it does take a little bit of time. As soon as that's done, our Node-RED instance will be ready to go. The only other thing we would have to do at this point is come into our subnet, click on subnet and come down to our security list, and then make sure that there is an ingress rule for port 1880 as well. This will allow all traffic to come into our virtual machine so that we can communicate on port 1880 for Node-RED. So that is basically all it takes to install Node-RED on an always free instance in the Oracle Cloud. We've done the install. The next thing we should talk about is securing Node-RED, right? Because obviously our instance will be in the cloud, and therefore it will be exposed to anybody who wants to access it. So obviously we want to be very concerned with securing our instance, right? And what do we want to do when it comes to securing our instance? Well, the first thing we should do is make sure that we enable HTTPS access by installing a TLS certificate on the machine and setting up Node-RED to use that TLS certificate. The next thing we want to concern ourselves with is securing the editor as well as the admin API with a username and password. And that will make sure that there's no anonymous authentication. People cannot just hit the server and log in and have access to your flows without logging in. And finally, if you have any nodes or routes, HTTP nodes in your flows, you want to make sure that you secure those as well. Now, thankfully, as you all probably know very well, there's a very good document on securing Node-RED that is available in the Node-RED user guide. So I do suggest that if you go to the launcher instance in the cloud, that you do make sure that you are securing that instance in that install of Node-RED and making sure that everything is very secure. The next thing I want to talk about quickly is integrating with Oracle Cloud. So now that your instance is up and running in the Oracle Cloud, what can you do with it that is specific to Oracle that's really cool? Well, the first thing I want to talk about here is the ability to make queries to Oracle database. So as I said, our always free tier gives you 2 free databases that you can use to query and store your data. And there is actually a module called the Oracle DB module that we can install on our server. We can configure a connection to Autonomous Database, make sure that you have all our credentials in place, and then we can execute a query. So in this case, I have a very simple query where I am selecting all from users. And once I actually trigger that, you can see that I get back to an array of 2 objects, in this case, the 2 users that are in my users table in this database. So it's very nice to be able to query your Oracle database that's always free in the cloud. And not only can you retrieve records from it, but you can also do inserts and updates. So for example, if you maybe hook it up to a IoT solution and you have your IoT device publishing to an MQTT server, perhaps, you can use that MQTT in Node as a trigger for your flow and insert all of those data into your Oracle database. The other thing you could do really nice and easily is to publish to a Oracle Cloud Stream. We have a service called Oracle Streaming Service in the Oracle Cloud. It's very similar to Kafka, if you've used Kafka for messaging. And if we publish to a Oracle Streaming Service, you can see here that it's very easy to do to connect up to Oracle Streaming Service and publish messages to that, and to be able to subscribe to streams coming back from the Oracle Cloud. So just an example of 2 things you could do and integrate into your Oracle Cloud environment is to work with the Oracle database, as well as use Oracle Streaming Service to publish and consume from Oracle streams. If we go back to the slides really quickly. So what else can you do on the Oracle Cloud free tier? Well, as a developer, obviously we have a lot of projects that we work on. Maybe we have a website for our club, for our meetup group, for our school group, a church group, things like this. It's a great place to host those kind of projects. And since it's totally free, it's really easy to get started and to work with. There's other things you could do. Obviously, you can set up a Minecraft server. You can run a discourse server. Set up your own blog, things like this. A messaging queue, RabbitMQ or Mosquito is really easy to install and get running. Run your own VPN server. I mean, I've blogged many different examples of things you can do and run in the Oracle Cloud for free. And I encourage you to check it out and take a look at it and maybe run your own Node-RED instance or something else in the Oracle Cloud. Here are my socials and contact information. If you want to connect and learn more about the Oracle Cloud or read some of my blog posts, please feel free to connect with me. If you have any questions, I'll be very glad to take them. And again, I thank you very much for having me. It's been a very fun event to be at, even though it's 1 a.m. here. It's okay. I'm very, very glad to stay up and to be able to talk to you and see you virtually, and Taiji and some of the other folks. I very much appreciate you having me. Here are some more links if you want to read more, and I appreciate it. So are there any questions?
Hey, thank you, Todd. Thank you for presenting the great speak for Oracle. I think the actually I've been involved in Node-RED for about 6 years now, but I haven't heard of many cases using Oracle Cloud. So I think the content, your session, that was very useful for all of audiences. Yeah. So let me set. Yep. Hey, Mizuki, do we have any question for Todd? And now she muted. Okay.
Yep. Thank you for nice presentation. Yeah, always free is so fascinating theme for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, I think it's really impressive that we're able to offer these free instances that people can use to play around with and install things like Node-RED. Nick and the team, I think we all agree, have done an amazing job on Node-RED. It's a really fun thing to play with, and not just play with, but actually use it to power. And I think you've got some amazing sessions in this conference, coming up, how people have used it and integrated it into their business. And it's not just a toy or something to just, play around with. There's some really serious business use cases for Node-RED. And I'm excited to see that you have such a great community over in Japan and even globally that people have joined to this event, and it's really exciting and cool. I'm sure Nick and some of the team are very excited about all of this.
Thank you. So interesting comment we got in Japanese, but he create Oracle Cloud account now. Yes.
All right. Is
it inspired from your session?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Is that Takeshi? Takeshi, is that how you say his name?
Takeshi, yes, correct pronunciation.
Yeah, very good, Takeshi. If you want to, if you have any questions or if you want to talk, reach out and let me know. But yeah, have a play with it, and I think you'll enjoy it very much.
Bye.
And again, I hope if you're in person, hopefully someday we can be together in person and meet and do this live someday.
Interesting. So many.
Can Oracle Identity Server be able to integrate with Node-RED to provide authentication and authorization? That's a very good question, Peter. And to be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure, but I will definitely check into that because that's a very interesting use case that I think that you've brought up that I think would be really cool to be able to authenticate with Node-RED. So I will look into that, and if I will post it on Twitter if I find that you could do that, and I'll probably blog about it if I find that you could do that. So very good question. I'm sorry I don't know the answer right now.
Good. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Todd. Actually, that the time is up, and I'm not wide. Your voice in behind your camera then doesn't work. It seems your camera doesn't work, right? Anyway, right. Thank you again for Todd having your great presentation. Right.
Thank you. And yeah, I don't know if my camera just decided to die on me, but thank you again.
Right, no problem. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for audiences. We have just about 10 minutes break. Next session is JackDeck, the plug and play for microcontrollers by Peli from Microsoft. Okay, so in 9 minutes, we will start again for next session. Okay, stay tuned. Bye. Hi, the next session, it started, all right? Our next session is presented by Perry. Please welcome Perry.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. How's it going?
It's doing pretty good here, but getting into the night.
Great. So, are you ready to go?
All right.
Okay. So your talk title is JAGDAC plug and play for microcontrollers, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Please go ahead.
All right. Well, welcome to this talk. My name is Peli Doalu. I work at Microsoft Research, and yeah, this deck keeps on going forward. And today I'm going to talk about a project we've been working on called JAGDAC, and JAGDAC stands for plug and play for microcontrollers. And I'm going to really detail that and we'll see why this might be actually very interesting for some Node-RED applications. So let's just dive into what JAGDAC is. If you want to know more about it, there's the link right there, aka.ms/JAGDAC. And it's all on GitHub. You can actually rebuild it and try it out and actually test it out in the browser. So let's talk about JAGDAC, what we built. And this is evolution for a lot of work we did for tools like the microbit, and we have a lot of work around prototyping hardware. So we've been looking for a platform that allows to prototype rapidly and to get all the goodness of USB, which is plug a device, it works, unplug it, plug another one. You plug a keyboard, it acts like a keyboard. You unplug it, you put something else, it works. But we want to have that at the scale of microcontrollers. So at the scale where you can do that on very cheap hardware. So what did we do in JAGDAC? First of all, we had to build a new cable. And the reason is most cables that you find in electronics are made for professional electronic engineers, which carefully use cables. But we were coming from an angle of education and just regular consuming. So we needed a cable that was robust, that you could rip out, that was two-sided, that was cheap. We also have a new connector. This is a PCB-based connector. That means you can add it to your PCB at no cost, and it provides the basis of the system. And then we have a number of modules and a prototype that we're developing right now to kind of validate the concept. Now, with all this hardware, we provide firmware. Now, in the world of JAGDAC, we have firmware that will run. So the protocol will run on something as small as a PADAUK, which is an 8-bit MCU, which costs around 3 cents. Price might change as we give the talk. But it may run on some very small MCU and enforce it run on Cortex M0, like the STM G0, or bigger one, the F0, all the way to the M4s. It also runs on something like JavaScript, so it can run in Node.js, as we'll see later. In the JAGDAC world, all sensors are servers, and all the clients are able to read the server data because the sensors are server that is streaming the data. So it's a very easy architecture that, let's say, a web dev would look at it and say, okay, I get it. It's pretty easy. Everything goes through a bus with packets. So this is something very familiar for people working on higher level of abstractions, but it's fairly new at this level of microcontrollers. And we also provide systems for upgrading firmware on the sensors themselves through the JAGDAC protocol. Now, what we wanted to do was to have a protocol for hardware that was supported by modern web tools. So we have simulators that are JavaScript-based. We have visualizations that are in React. We have debugging tools to do tracing, to do console logging, all this stuff. And all of this these days runs within the browser through Web USB or Web Serial. And we also have some, historically, our team built MakeCode, so we have some low-code solution like drag and drop Blockly. But we also have a JavaScript TypeScript framework, which of course is great because then we can just use that when we want to build a Node-RED solution. Now let's talk about Node-RED. So in JackDoc, we have services, and we have devices, we have events, we have commands, we have reports. And I'm a very new user to Node-RED, but I decided to give it a shot at a first abstraction of the system and basically providing a block to read reports. This is basically a way to read data coming out of sensors. Assume your Node-RED device, your Raspberry Pi, is connected to a bus of JackDoc devices, and then you're reading, in this case, star is going to be a device identifier. So any device that streams a humidity reading, you're going to read that and then pipe it into a debugger node or maybe in QTT and then send it down the drain. The other thing we have are events. If you think about buttons, you're not really streaming the button events state, but you're streaming up, down, hold, and so forth. So there's another, events have better guarantees to make it through. And this is another way to, again, filter dynamically what is going to be attached to your device and then handle that. Now, the interesting thing about JackDoc is that you may change button, unplug it, and then plug another one, but this will still work because it is not, we have an abstraction layer for services, so it is not tied to which particular piece of hardware you're using. Now, I'm going to come back and look at this, but we're going to go straight into demos to explain a lot of this stuff. So let's start with the JackDoc website. This is the link I shared with you. And you can read all about the protocol and all about the more details. What I'm going to do is I'm going to first go to the dashboard and then show the hardware. So let's pin up the hardware here. So this is some of the modules we built for JackDoc, and what I mentioned was you can see here the PCB-based connector. This is a button module. And hopefully it's going to focus. Give some time. No focus for me. There you go. It's a tiny little button module. It has a PDAUC at the back. So it runs a full microcontroller, and it can be attached to this cable. And this is a new cable that we designed. Really, it was designed to be usable as far as prototyping with children, but it's great with adults. It's just like what you expect from a modern cable. You can plug it both ways. Or the other way, it doesn't matter. JackDoc is a bus. That means you can start putting them together. It doesn't matter, so we can attach many of them. Here we have a brain, and this is a programmable module that is our entry point to JackDoc. So this particular one has USB-C, and we're going to be able to talk to this USB-C module via Node USB. We have other modules like this ESP32-based module. And this one in particular is using serial. So we can use serial port in Node to talk to that. And you can see this one has Wi-Fi as well. And it has 4 ports out of the box to connect things. Now there's a whole little ecosystem of prototypes. We have got sliders, we got light sensors, and so forth. And the idea is that you can just plug them in on the bus. It's a bus, so it doesn't matter where you plug them in. And you can do a little soup of device. All right, let's take a look at how this works out in the website. Typically, we've built an experience. I'm going to get into Node-RED in a second here. Typically, you would connect to device. So I'm going to plug it in. And now you can see that I'm connected to the brain, but there's nothing on the bus. So I'm going to plug this cable. And now my button is visible. And just for kicks, we're going to attach this beautiful moisture sensor. All right, so we're going to attach that to our bus here. Attach it. And as you can see, immediately, we got the moisture sensor that's actually reading data. And if I move it, the plant is happy or not happy. So I basically have plug and play here. And the important thing is we have a set of services that have been defined. We have a protocol that allows us to identify, discover the services. We know what the data comes in. We know what one unit, how it's formatted. We know what events are defined. So for example, I can go and and look at, let's see, my services. And there's going to be soil moisture. We go, and we can see that soil moisture, for example, let's hide this thing, has a moisture, and the moisture has a reading that is a 16-bit unsigned integer. So this is the kind of things we know from the JAGDAC protocol. And of course, things get interesting when we want to apply that to Node-RED. So one thing that we built for JAGDAC is a JavaScript SDK. So we have a whole SDK. You can install it from NPM. It can run. This is the SDK that runs in this browser, but also it can run from Node. And in the browser we use WebUSB. In Node we're going to use Node USB, or we're going to use serial port to talk to the hardware. But once you have that, you have an object model which is comprised of the bus, the devices, the services, the registers, the events. And this is really the building block for your Node implementation. You can see here, you can actually drill down into all your devices and look at all the values in your hardware device. In fact, if I press my button, you can see that the value is changing here. All right, so back to Node. So what we did in Node was basically taking our JavaScript SDK and compile it and turn in that. I was lucky to find some great starter project for TypeScript, so that really helped a lot. Thank you for the person who wrote those. We added 3 nodes. This particular node here allows you to basically filter either by device ID or short ID. You can filter by the type of sensors you're looking for, and there's a few more ways to kind of filter that. You could use regular expressions. So there's a lot of ways for you to kind of do it on the fly. Now I'm going to connect my server because I had disconnected it because the website and the server are going to compete. Where's my mouse? I lost my mouse. Let me go and disconnect here. All right, I'm going to disconnect here, go back here, and then I'm going to spin up my server. You're not seeing that, but I'm starting it. And let's see. And now we're going to retry to connect. And it didn't want to connect. All right, let's try to reset our device. I don't have camera support here. And we're connected. It's green. In fact, if I click on the debugger here, I can see that there's data flowing. And so I'm going to go into I put a little gauge here. So I'm going to go to my dashboard. And if I attach a slider, which I haven't attached yet, let me attach a slider. Let's see. Oh, it was coming. So I'm moving my slider. Let's see, maybe I'm going to bring in all the demo here. And as I'm moving it, it is flowing into Node-RED, and then I'm analyzing it. So what is going on here? Let's see. We're telling it to grab the potentiometer, and then in this case, for the gauge, we are reading payload data position, right? And if I look at the messages here, we're dumping the payload, but here you can see, let's pause this. You can see that, for example, this one, I'm going to unplug this one so I can pause it. If we expand what the data that our add-on sends, it sends you the device name, the short ID, the full device name, which is unique on the hardware, the service class, which is a unique identifier that identifies the potentiometer service. It sends you, of course, like a human-friendly version of that. And it sends you the data, and the data is this position. So it's very easy to work from that. You could then pipe it into MQTT and so forth. The other thing that's going on here is buttons. So if I connect my keyboard button here, and I go and look at this debug output, let's clear it out. You can see that I got a down button, a down up event. So events are a bit, while packets may be lost, events have more guarantees. And this is another way to basically extract, you know, high value events from your IoT devices. How am I doing in time? All right. So this is kind of the first incantation. Did I lose? Oh, I'm still there. All right. So this is really a first throw at trying to do something in Node-RED with JAG-DAC. Obviously, I'm not an expert in Node-RED, so I think the community will probably have a better idea of how to use this. This is really a sample on how to use our SDK to tap into the hardware that's connected to the Raspberry Pi. So again, how this is going to work is that then the Pi will connect to one of our brains, and then from the brain you can have a bus of hardware devices, and then from there you're talking. This will pick it up and lift it inside of the Node-RED ecosystem. So that is roughly the story around, you know, how JAG-DAC can be used inside of Node-RED. So we have JAG-DAC, which is really bringing the core value, you know, the fun of plug and play, the ability to swap a device for another on the fly, and then having very structured, very rich information about the data that's coming out of the sensor. Yeah, I think that, did I go too fast? I think I'm 4 minutes ahead. So that went too fast. And I don't see the chat, so I'm not sure there's questions around. All right, so let's do more demo. Let's go back to the hardware. Let's maybe do, what do I have as a hardware here? Well, we could try actually to do the soil moisture. And for that, I could do, here I could do a command. No, I'm going to get a report. And in the report, I can select a service name. Now, I need to figure out what the service name is, service code or service name. So I can go back here and search for, well, here, soil moisture, yes. So moisture, should really get the name here. Camel name, I guess that's going to be short name. That's going to be it. All right. And I think casing doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm going to select all the soil moisture, and I'm going to plug that in. So I'm going to move, no, I'm going to get a debug flow, and then I'm going to do this. All right. And I'm going to turn those off. Turn this off. Okay, I don't have any data because I haven't plugged my soil moisture sensor, but I am going to plug it into my device. And, oh, here it is. Here's a plant. Now, it is misbehaving. It seems that my USB connection had a little issue. So we're going to restart. We're still tracking some reconnection issues with my devices in bootloader. All right. Bootloader mode. It doesn't want to go out of bootloader. Okay. Let's try again. Yeah, it is. At this point, we're looking for partners. This is not production ready, at least the Node-RED, because our command line tool is still needs to be hardened. I must be missing something because I have my, I forgot to deploy my flow. Okay, that's the problem. Yeah, that's not going to work. All right, so let's deploy this. All right, and now it's collected. Yes. Show me the debug. And somehow I'm missing something. So I'm going to go and maybe make it lowercase. should be sending. Oh, and I need to send. Yeah, the payload should be fine. And this one is it connected? It is not connected. Well, I guess the demo gods are not with me today. Yep. Something's up. It's disconnected now. So we have the USB is USB stack device and boost loader. All right. Well, I guess the moisture sensor is not responding. Something about bad demo. All right, let's recap what we saw. We have three nodes that are supporting the JAGDAC system. As you can see, we're still working on integrating with the Node.js. A lot of our focus was on the web. And what JAGDAC brings you is a plug-and-play system to talk about sensors and read the data out of them with a very well-defined set of services and interchangeable hardware. The hardware is not yet available, but if you're interested to learn more or work with us on JAGDAC, go to JAGDAC, the website. There is an email. You can contact us to follow up with that. And that being said, I think I'm going to leave time for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Peli.
The demo is tricky. I usually work, on the machine here.
It's typically live. It's live. It's no problem. It's great presentation.
I'm going to burn this board.
Yeah. The usually having the same situation for live demo. It's no problem. Right.
Yeah,
so yeah. Actually, I've never seen the JAGDAC. That's very interesting. Very IoT focus. Yeah. Right. Hey, Mizuki, do you have any questions from anyone?
Yes, I'd like to buy JAGDAC. Where can I buy and how much?
Okay, so excellent question. Unfortunately, right now you cannot buy it. Please contact us on our partner website. We're looking for partners to. We only have a prototype right now. We plan to open source them. From a BOM cost, the button cost, dozens of cents, maybe less than $0.50, because the PDAC is 3 cents. And then some of the modules go, more expensive as you put more modules in it. It is highly optimized for cost. We've done everything we could to keep the cost as low as possible. Yeah, but yeah, unfortunately, still prototyping phase, not available. For
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have one more question, right? Can JAGDAC be used in the production use cases?
Currently, the Node-RED, no. Well, also we don't sell the hardware, which but yeah. So as you can see, the Node-RED has some integration work to be done around especially the way we interface with the USB. So it is not. It is still in a, if you look at the website, you'll see it's still in the beta phase. So it's not ready to go in production.
I see. Right.
Yeah, there's a disclaimer on the website that, Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
And lastly, I'd like to share the comment from Nick.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah.
All right. So thank you again for the great presentation, Peli. So okay, the time for close for your session. So thank you again for joining us and having your great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, for audiences, thank you for watching the Global Tract. Next session is we have from the Hitachi, presented by the Kazuhito. The session title is Node-RED Installer, the standalone installer using the Electron. Okay, we are starting next session in 5 minutes. Please wait a moment. Thank you. Hello again. Thank you for watching the NordRedCon 2021 Global Track. We have the next session presented by Kazuhito. Please welcome. Hello.
Hello. Can you
How are
hear
you
me?
doing?
Yes,
Yes,
it's
can.
fine.
Great. So your session is let me show the one, the right installer, standalone installer using Electron, right? Okay. Yeah, are you ready to go?
Yes. Oh, okay.
Yes. So please.
Okay. Thank you for introduction about me. Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending my session. Today, I will talk about Node-RED installer, which is a standalone installer using Electron. Let me start. First, I will introduce myself. My name is Kazuhito Yokoi. I am a software engineer at Hitachi. I have contributed to the open source software as one of member in Node-RED project on GitHub. And I am also an organizer of the Node-RED user group Japan. Today, I joined this conference as both a speaker and an organizer of this conference. These are my accomplishments. I am fourth-ranked contributor in Node-RED project, and I am also maintainer of the sub-project like Node Generator. And I had a session about Node-RED in the global conferences like OpenJS World, Node.js Interactive, and Open Source Summit Japan. These conferences are one of the most famous conferences in the world. These are the contents of my session. First, I will explain about Node-RED use cases in our Hitachi group. After that, I will introduce the Node-RED installer. Number 3 and number 4, I will explain about the reasons why we started to develop the installer. Next is our use case. We have used Node-RED in various products and services which are related to the IoT solutions. For example, Lumada Solution Hub. It is an environment to deliver IoT solutions for customers. The second one is Hitachi Data Hub. It is a platform to collect, refine, and store data. Today, in another track, local track B, my colleague Ito-san from Hitachi is going to speak about Hitachi Data Hub. Please check it out. And we have released the Edge Computer, HA8000E. It contains a customized version of Node-RED. And we also have provided a solution, a Hitachi Digital Supply Chain for IoT. Additionally, from Hitachi Group, Hitachi Industry and Control Solutions Company released the Node-RED environment to utilize image recognition engine. And recently, Hitachi Solutions Company published information about planning systems for manufacturing. These are just good examples of on the internet. In our Hitachi Group, there are a lot of products and services using Node-RED. Next. There are many reasons why we use Node-RED. In our Hitachi Group, there are many operational technology engineers, IT engineers, and customers who have different backgrounds. Node-RED has the ability to connect these people. In our business, discussions are very important to come up with new solutions. Node-RED helps facilitate discussions by visual programming on tablets and PCs. The second one is citizen development. It means that everyone can become a developer. Some operational technology engineers have no IT skill set, but they can do their feasibility studies using IoT and AI technologies like by themselves using Node-RED. The last one is the rapid rapid development among IT engineers, they can create their solutions without text coding using Node-RED. So they can produce error-free, high-quality solutions quickly. These are reasons why we use Node-RED in our production systems. In the previous slide, I talk about people who use Node-RED for new solutions. In this slide, I will mention the view of the existing product. Node-RED has ability to apply new technologies to the legacy systems. As we know, Node-RED is low-code tool, and IoT and AI technologies are easy to use. And Node-RED is implemented as a cloud-native application based on cloud 12-factor app method. And as you know, it is easy to develop REST APIs for the microservice architectures. And Node-RED has ability to use project feature to put your flow on the GitHub or GitLab repositories. So you can easily use version control and CI/CD pipelines to test your flow or deploy flow to the production environment. In general, we apply these technologies in the mission-critical IoT field. We need to be very careful because existing products need to be as stable as possible. So Node-RED is obviously easier than coding style because everyone can understand how the flow works. Okay. So this slide shows our contribution to the Node-RED project. When we started to use Node-RED, we needed to add functionality that our customers required. So 19 contributors have added new functionality to Node-RED project since 2016. For example, I added Japanese translations for Node-RED Flow Editor. And thanks to supporting by Nick-san and Dave-san, my Hitachi colleague contributed to these functionalities to Node-RED. And recently, Tomura-san, who has a speaker in the previous Node-RED conference, suggested the Flow Linter tool. And we developed the Node Generator tool and Node-RED installer, which I talk about today. As the result, we are a major company in terms of pull requests. As you can see, there are Japanese names on the contribution ranking. Let me about Node-RED installer. And this slide explains about Node-RED installer, which we developed. It is a standalone installer using Node.js, Node-RED nodes, and Node-RED, as you can see on the bottom left diagram. To package these components, we used Electron framework. It is used for famous applications like VS Code, Slack, and Google Meet. Installers are available for 3 operating systems: Windows, Mac OS, and Linux environment. And after install Node-RED, it can behave as a server like the original version of Node-RED. Therefore, browser engine in Electron is not used currently. Instead of that, external browsers are used to access the Node-RED Flow Editor. This slide is about how to build the installers. To generate native installers, we used Electron Builder. It is a common building tool in Electron project. If additional NPM modules or components are required, we need to download them in advance. And build installers are MSI file for Windows environment, DMZ file for Mac OS, and dev and RPM file for the Linux environments. This is a demonstration to install Node-RED on Windows PC. After clicking the installer file on the desktop, the installer automatically sets up the Node-RED environment. On task area, the new icon emerges to select open browser or exit Node-RED processes. After opening the Node-RED flow editor on browser, you can create flow as usual. And next is about offline use cases. This slide is about background of factory modernization. In modern factories, low-code development tool is essential for non-IT engineers to create their original solutions. These are examples of factory modernization use cases. The first is dashboard to visualize production line using the sensor data. And the second one is the defeat detection based on images captured by cameras. And the third is safety measures by human detection. And the bottom picture is a typical IoT system to realize these use cases in the system. The edge computer collects the sensor data or image data from the production lines. After retrieve the data, the computer analyzes the data and visualizes them to the dashboard or LCD. It can also control the robot in the production lines if needed. Using low-code tool, non-IT engineers can develop the systems and improve them by themselves based on their current knowledge about the production lines. Next, let's talk about the problems which we encountered in the production systems. There are two conflicting backgrounds between JavaScript and JavaScript technologies and industrial IoT fields. First, JavaScript technologies tend to require internet connections to download components. For example, as you know, npm command accesses npm repository online. On the other hand, mission-critical IoT systems inside factories are in the closed network to be as stable as possible. Due to this situation, we encountered a problem when installing and upgrading Node-RED. To solve the problem, we used the Node-RED installer. Using installer, we can set up the Node-RED environment initially. If we need to upgrade the version of Node-RED or Node-RED nodes, we can upgrade it using the Node-RED installer. This slide illustrates an advanced demonstration of how Node-RED works. It shows the image recognition processes in the automation lines of the factory. The camera captures the images in the production line, and the edge computer categorizes the object in the captured image by using TensorFlow.js model. Once the target object is detected, the robot arms moves the object to the another line. This is an actual demonstration of Node-RED flow. After camera node retrieves the image and the TensorFlow.js node analyzes it, and when a bottle is detected, the Node-RED controls the arm immediately. Let me talk about developing environment. In developing environment of Node-RED, there are two problems. The first problem is command line operations to install Node-RED. As you know, when installing Node-RED, we need to operate command line on command prompt or terminal. So it is difficult for beginner users. And another problem is single development to develop Node-RED flow. To avoid problem one, we tend to use single environment for developers. If there is a single user, the problem does not occur. But when there are more than 2 developers, conflict occurs. For example, there are more. If a developer modifies the flow, another developer receives a notification from the Node-RED. In this case, there is some risks in the production environment. If you are a programmer, you may know about the general development style in other languages. As you can see on the diagram, each developer has their developing environment. And for example, they don't share their Eclipse environment with others. And they use Git repository to put their source code. And in pipeline, the source code will be tested. And if there is no problem in the testing, the source code will be deployed to the application on the production environment. It is a natural method in the production environment. You can apply this general development style to Node-RED. Node-RED installer makes it easy to prepare individual development environments, and the project feature is default in the environment prepared by the installer. Therefore, you can connect your Node-RED to the Git repository and use CI/CD pipeline. From the next slide, I will show the demonstration how to use the Git repository and CI/CD pipelines. First, I opened the dialog of the project feature, and I paste the URL to the field, and I pasted my account on the window. And after loading the Node-RED flow into my flow editor, I changed the flow. I just added comment node. And to change the flow on the repository, I pushed the modified flow on the history tab like this. And on GitLab repository, I already set the CI/CD pipeline. In the pipeline, test the submitted flow on each environment, Node.js version 14 and 16, and Node-RED version 1.1 to 2.1. After all the tests are completed successfully, the pipeline deploys the flow to the production environment. It is our development style in Hitachi. Okay. And in the previous demonstration, I used testing framework for REST API. We suggested another tool to improve Node-RED flow. My colleague suggested and contributed to FlowLinter tool to check Node-RED flow. And next step, my colleague is developing flow testing tool. It is more general testing tool for Node-RED. These tools are not only for command line, but also plugins for Node-RED flow editor. Therefore, beginner users can use them easily on the Node-RED flow editor. At the end of my presentation, I would like to introduce Node-RED user group in Japan as one of organizers. To share knowledge about Node-RED, we often hold regular meetup and publish online articles and books. And we also translate the official Node-RED website to Japanese. I believe that these activities affect the number of Node-RED users in Japan. In December, we are going to hold a meetup for enterprise. Sessions are Japanese, but I think you can see auto-generated translations on YouTube Live. If you are interested in the use cases in Japanese, please check it out. That's all. Thank you for watching my session. Please continue to enjoy our Node-RED conference.
Hey, thank you. And I'm looking at the comments, but now we have no comment and no questions for you on YouTube Live. But just I'd like to ask you about that. So the Hitachi is working and contributing to Node-RED, right? And so I think it's great that Japanese enterprise company is contributing to the development and growth of the open source in this way. So do you have any difficulties that you usually face in these activities? It means just open source activities in the enterprise company. Do you have any issues or troubles or any problems or something like that?
Yes, of course, there is barrier between English language and Japanese. So sometimes we encounter the barrier, and also there's time differentiation between US people and UK people. So yes, sometimes we need to wake up in night. So there are two difficulties in open source community.
I see. That's true. Hey, Sonoi-san, can you pick up the questions from the comments?
There is one
I can
question.
see one question, and just write it.
Yeah. How do you CI test code in function node?
Oh yes, that one.
Yeah.
Currently, we are using REST API frameworks to test entire flow. So we need to create REST API to use function node. Is it the answer? Okay.
I hope so.
And one more is actually it's Nick already answered on the comment, right? It says Node-RED reliable.
Is Node-RED reliable and scalable enough to be used in real-world cases? Yes, reliable and scalable. Nick answered very good talk and
no.
And, okay. Can you answer the question?
Yeah. He has a comment from Nick for this question. Absolutely, he said.
Yeah.
Why there one more question here?
How the full DevOps works in Node-RED?
As I said, we use the REST API framework. So, and currently we are, my colleague is focused on testing tool in Node-RED project. And of course, Nick-san always have discussions and with us. So if you are interested in the framework, please check the design note on Node-RED project. There's information in document.
Yeah, thank you. And actually we have many questions. So one more question is that, is your Node-RED version customized for your company? Is that you are using a vanilla version of the Node-RED, or you are using a customized version? I think that is the question.
What is your question?
Yeah, I think his question is you are using the customized version.
Yes,
or,
yes. Yes, it depends on the project. Normally, we are using original version of Node-RED, but sometimes we need to want to show our corporate color. We often sometimes use original version of Node-RED.
Okay, changing some logos.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you very much. And can I ask you one more question?
Oh, last one.
How can I install? How can I get the installer?
Yes. Currently, I submitted pull request about Node-RED installer in Node-RED project. So yes, you can download the source code.
Okay. Then you can go to the site and get the installer. Okay.
Right. That's all?
I think that's all for the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. And okay, for audiences, thank you for watching the Kazuhito's presentation. Now we the broadcasting on the global track. Lots of the great sessions. All right, so please stay tuned. Thank you for the thing. We will start again in about 4 minutes. All right, thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello again. All right. So next session is, digital transformation with Node-RED, integrations and use cases in Malaysia. Presented by Dr. Chua. Okay, please welcome Chua. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah.
Good
How are you
afternoon
doing?
from Malaysia. Hi. Hi, Taiji-san. Hi. Good afternoon.
Good. Yeah. So how's it going?
All
Great.
good. All good.
Okay.
Excited.
Yeah. Right. Thank you for joining as a speaker. Right. Are you ready to go?
Yep. All good. Ready
Okay.
to go.
All right.
All
so
right.
yeah, just now
Shall I
show
go
the
full
your
screen?
title. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon, everybody. From the global landscape. Thank you very much for tuning in, and thank you very much to the Node-RED-Con 2021 organizing committee for the opportunity for me to share with everyone here today. So my name is Chua Wen Shen, and I am from Malaysia. I represent the Malaysian Smart Factory 4.0 as the head of Malaysian Smart Factory. This is part of the initiative by an organization in Malaysia called the Selangor Human Resource Development Center. And today I will share with you some of the initiatives that we're doing at the Malaysian Smart Factory 4.0 and how we utilize Node-RED very effectively, and how we actually promote the use cases of Node-RED, creating a lot of awareness in Malaysia. And we're really trying our very best to create a lot of impact to the community and the industries in Malaysia to use Node-RED as their preferred tool for digital transformation. So my topic today will be digital transformation with Node-RED, integrations and use cases in Malaysia. And I hope that you will be able to spark some interest in this space. And of course, we are always happy to discuss further on what we can do next. Right. So a brief introduction of just what we do at the Malaysian Smart Factory 4.0. We generally are an organization set up in Malaysia as part of the Selangor Human Resource Development Center. We do tech talent development as a core. We have a space where we set up a model factory called the Technology Learning Platform, together with our 26 technology partners, both global and local, and it's still growing in Malaysia. We do a lot of proof of concepts and lighthouse projects together with the community, the academic institutions, the organizations, agencies, industries, that come together and work on new type of technology integrations. We demonstrate it at our Smart Factory. We have a lot of people coming in virtually or physically, right, in Malaysia. And right now, we actually do a lot of digital training whereby we can actually reach out globally, right? And Node-RED is actually one of the core platforms that we utilize at the Smart Factory space. And also, this is actually a platform that we advocate a lot to the community on its use cases because of the impact that we see Node-RED has created for the community and the industries in Malaysia. And we hope to actually scale up further from there. Right. So we focus on 3 key areas: operational technologies, information system technology, and the digital factory. Really showcasing the capabilities of that kind of integration. And we see that Node-RED is actually a very effective and impactful tool, right, for the community in Malaysia. And this is where I will share with you some use cases of Node-RED integrations that we have done in Malaysia that is based on a lot of community discussions, a lot of industry challenges that we talk to. And, we try to come up with some useful and interesting use cases for the community in Malaysia. Now, the first use case was integrating Node-RED with smart glasses applications, right? We see that the integration of smart glasses has been quite popular now, right? Especially to actually automate certain work, right? Because then you can make it hands-free, you can actually create a lot of technology integrations. So we were testing use cases of Node-RED with smart glasses for data collection and extraction. Whereby, smart glasses will take an image, send it through HTTP requests, do an OCR, optical character recognition from the Node-RED side, and then after that, process the image, come up with the results, and then send it to a database. So basically, this actually helps to automate certain tasks, whereby, the personnel that is going to check on some, some analog kind of gauges, right? Whether is it digital power meters or you talk about analog gauges that are very, very present in the current times, right? You just have to take a picture, do the OCR integration, and then straight away pass it to a database. So this is one of the applications of Node-RED utilizing smart glasses that we have tested. This is very, very much on an initial stage, but we see great use case applications moving forward utilizing these kind of technologies, because it's not just for smart glasses. It can be used for a lot of other applications. And this will actually help to spearhead a lot of kind of integrations for the future, right? So the next kind of use cases that we have sort of a lot of other integrations on Node-RED also includes the utilization of Node-RED integration with RPA, robotic process automation, right? In these use cases, we actually talk about, trying to create an order system using Node-RED, and then integrating it with Telegram, and at the same time, pushing it through an RPA tool called OpenRPA, right? So basically, it automates the entire process of checking the data of the amount of items that are left in the stock. It will also push back the information to the person that's doing the order, right? And if the person says that, okay, there's not enough stock, there's only how many left, we are going to provide you an invoice, and then you can send that invoice over, and then they will just click yes or no when they want to purchase. So this actually helps to automate a lot of tasks, and Telegram integration makes it very easy for people who don't have much exposure in doing app development. You can straight away integrate using Node-RED, Telegram, and OpenRPA as a very, very interesting tool of that integration to create invoices. And we actually sort of looked at also the integration of using NLP tools, right? Using NLP tools whereby we receive messages from Telegram, then we pass it through a natural language processing tool, right? This is very, very early stages. And then we try to understand what the customer is trying to request, right? Push it through the OpenRPA bot. And then after that, generate the relevant invoice or carry out certain tasks, all using software robots, which is what we call as RPA, right? And of course, all these interface is just back and forth from Telegram, RPA, NLP, and then of course, Telegram back again. And all this is done using the Node-RED platform that we have worked out. Right. Now, another use case of Node-RED that we have seen very, very useful are in inventory management systems. So basically, this is how we have sort of integrated the Node-RED platform together with an ERP platform called ERP Next, right? And also we have sort of linked it with an RFID scanner, right? This is a handheld RFID scanner where we developed some applications over here. Basically, it's all to do with barcode scanning, RFID barcode scanning, whereby we just swing the handheld scanner. It will basically add items into the systems. We don't actually need to do a lot of very heavy developments, because once this data is extracted from the system over here, you will just send it to Node-RED, and then Node-RED will check with ERP Next on the available data that is available, whether the item is around, is there any missing items, and it will do sort of the synchronizing of the stock counts between the platforms, right? And this is all done using the post nodes available in Node-RED, right? And this kind of integration is what we try to enhance further, right? Especially when it comes to inventory management, warehouse distribution systems. These are all utilizing the Node-RED platforms that we have over here, right? So in the dashboards, you have stock entries, input tags, missing tags, and these are all linked between the ERP platform and also the RFID tag scanner that we actually work out, right? Now, the next sort of integration that we have also tested very extensively is data extraction tools using Tesseract and OCR, right? So imagine if you want to sort of, take a snapshot of a screenshot from a computer, right? You can actually do that screenshot on the left side, and then on the right side, basically, is extracting the OCR over here, trying to extract the data from a direct screen. This is actually a very, very interesting use case whereby we actually tested the integration between Node-RED, OBS Studio, and directly using the Tesseract OCR node, right? And this was actually a very interesting application whereby, whatever data that you see over here is able to be extracted. We had to filter it, and then find out what are the possible numbers, what are the possible mistakes or missing numbers that we have, and try to improve on it, right? Which then we are expanding further to see if we can utilize more AI tools to actually improve the OCR detection for these kind of applications. Now, these kind of applications are very, very useful when it comes to data collections from places where you want to just take a snapshot of a computer, right? The image, and then you want to do direct translation processing without much intervention on the actual computer that you have, right? So the next application of Node-RED that we have done is also to work on bringing the simulated production tool directly to the Node-RED platform. This is very, very interesting, whereby we utilize a lot of Node-RED OPCUA structure nodes, right? Whereby we are actually able to bring manufacturing simulation directly to Node-RED and monitor that. And, eventually, we are able to sort of create that kind of integration from the digital factory advanced manufacturing systems directly to the physical factory kind of integration. So this will actually be able to sort of link both sides, right? You'll be able to actually see, right, what you produce, what you sort of, simulate in an actual, flexible manufacturing system, advanced simulation tools, whether it actually sort of links back to your actual data that you collect on your day-to-day production floor, right? And this is actually a very interesting application whereby we see that, digital manufacturing tools now come to life, whereby you can actually see actual data being extracted from these tools, all by using, OPCUA nodes, and it's very, very straightforward to integrate. And this was actually a very interesting application that we are currently testing. It helps to sort of look at the possibilities of production optimization, production planning, right, using digital factory tools to the actual Node-RED integration. Right. Now, another interesting application that we sort of worked out as well is that we sort of created or sort of link Node-RED together with computer vision tools or computer vision applications, right? A lot of times, this kind of application helps whereby it helps to improve productivity, efficiency, whereby this tool over here, what we have done is that we have sort of linked the Node-RED platform along with an AI platform that is used to process images for object counting. So for example, let's say I want to count a full set of marbles, right? I can just take a picture from Telegram, send a photo, directly communicate with the bot, right? What you want to do with the photo, right? Let's say you want to save it, you want to send it over to process. Directly, you sort of are able to evaluate the model straight away, right? Node-RED is doing all that processing on the back end, sending that image to the AI side, and then it comes back with a response on how many objects are counted, how many what's the information that's used. These are actually the servers that are running the different AI algorithms, right? You have recurrent neural networks, many other different applications. And then after that is able to inference what is the object counts over here. You don't need to count it yourself, right? Essentially, you just have to send it over. It will count it for you. And basically, let's say, for example, if you do have some mistake counts, you are able to actually send back that information that there is some count that is not detected, right? So that it will sort of adaptively train the model again, right? And it's sort of able to sort of check that kind of information. What is the average time taken, response time from the servers, and is able to actually see, very effectively what are the information that you need when it comes to object counting. So basically, you just have to send an image directly, right? And it does everything for you, right? And you can go anywhere, take a photo of a space, count the objects, and it sort of improves a lot of efficiency from there, right? So our organization really works with Node-RED a lot, right? In fact, we even sort of set up this remote online training platform for Node-RED education, right? Whereby you can actually access any equipment on our site, right? If you want to do some direct hardware integration, direct hardware programming with Node-RED together with any of our applications on site, you can actually connect to our remote online stations, just do your direct node rate programming, see exactly what is happening on the floor because you have a direct camera pointing at the equipment. We run this for node rate education on our site. It's been very, very effective. We have had over 100 participants going through this node rate programming education remotely, especially during the pandemic situation whereby physical training is a little bit complex. This sort of helped us pave the way through, right? And we sort of use node rate to sort of build a sort of like a monitoring mechanism for our education team, right? So they can actually see each of the cameras remotely to see how our students are actually doing their work, our participants are doing their work, and we can sort of troubleshoot if there's any issues that happen on site, right? So this is one of the interesting use cases that we have when it comes to technical node rate education in Malaysia. Right. Now, node rate has been widely used by many industries in Malaysia, I would say, and also the community, right? So we like to actively engage with a lot of community members and also the industries and agencies that actually utilize node rate on their day-to-day operations, right? So we have a partner channel with Master Worldwide that does some discussions on utilize some of the community utilizing node rate, some of the industries using node rate, which you can of course have a look, right? There's a lot of things for me to share, but I only have 20 minutes, right? I'm very, very sorry. You know, we also do a lot of YouTube videos on sharing knowledge with node rate integrations with different applications for the community. And, you know, we welcome you to definitely come on board on our channel and have a look, right? This is our smart factory, right? This very, very, you know, amazing space actually utilizes node rate to control this entire line. We have a lot of other applications on our site as well that I would love to show you. But with due to limitation of time, you know, I have a link to the virtual tour. You can have a look. And of course, you know, if you do need to reach me to talk a bit more about what we do with node rate integration in Malaysia, happy to connect with you. This is my LinkedIn account, my email address, and yeah, hope to answer a few questions before the end of my session. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Cho. Thank you for your great presentation. And Sono-san, do we have any questions for him?
Actually, we don't have any question, but I have a question. So
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This is great. You have a many use cases. And you said that you have a community. So can you tell me about it? How many people, how often do you meet online or such kind of thing?
So in Malaysia, we do a lot of you know, node rate programs in our center, right? So we invite universities, we invite the community, we invite the industries to come and work with us on some of the projects that I've shown you just now. We are actively building a bigger community. We are only about 3 years old this year, the Malaysian Smart Factory, right? So we are slowly building up the community. I think we have more than 100 over people that we know that are already slowly utilizing node rate, right? And we're slowly getting more and more people on board. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think we can maybe refer to your use case and implement in Japan.
Sure, of course. We are more than happy to share. This is why we like to work with an active community of developers and also technology users that are on the same line of work.
Okay. Yeah, actually, there's one question, I think. What feedback confirmation you get from smart glass pictures?
Okay. So for the smart glass application, currently what we work on is employee logins. So we have employee logins via QR codes, via barcodes that I've shown you just now. The feedback that we get is actually after you take a picture of, let's say, some numbers on a digital meter that is not connected to IoT, for example, you're able to extract that as an OCR image, right? Do the OCR processing. And you will sort of feedback the exact numbers that you will see, right? And these numbers will then be logged into a database. So you don't actually need to sort of write it down or go and key in from a mobile phone. You can just directly snap a photo, send it to the database, and then that's basically the feedback that we have.
Okay, that's great. And we got one more question.
Sure.
Another question, comment. I think there are many comments. We're using Node-RED with the OQ integration for data from the manufacturing machine. Yeah.
OPC-UA, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a very wonderful integration with OPC-UA. Yeah, very, very good.
Yeah.
Also, this question for the development of OPC-UA.
I mean, the pharma industry and able to implement OPQ data extreme action from a PLC. Okay. Yeah. Can you answer the question?
Sure, no problem. Great to know that you're using OPC-UA data using Node-RED to extract data from PLC. Now, Node-RED can utilize OPC-UA. From what we have used, Node-RED can actually be a client and a server as well, right? We have worked extensively as well with the GitHub developer. We would like to thank him very, very much for his support, the OPC-UA Node developer. With Node-RED, you can actually utilize the Node-RED OPC-UA nodes, extract data. You can, if you have a server-client communication, you can do much more, right? Extract data, visualize it, push it to the database, push it to ERP systems or any other MES systems that you have, and you can do a lot more with that. Yeah, especially on the OPC-UA side. And just now, as I shown you the digital manufacturing simulation, yeah, that's also possible. Yeah.
Actually, there's two more questions. Is it okay to go by?
Sure, of course.
How can we interact? Yeah. How can we interact with the remote machine via live camera?
Okay, very interesting. So we sort of set up remote stations. So we have the PCs available remotely, whereby you can actually access them. Live camera feed are all IP address live camera. They are all network cameras. So when you program anything directly on the machine, you will see live happening. Yeah, so that's how we interact with the remote machine.
Great. And another question is, how did you use OCR? Rhotia on node or?
Oh, okay. Yes, there is a OCR node that we used as well for a test case. But we noticed that there are some limitations in the OCR node on Node-RED. So we actually integrated and test case as well executable nodes. So we actually interact with PyTesseract and other applications of OCR as well. So we tested a few use cases to actually see how to improve the OCR detection further.
And another one question is from the Peter, the accuracy of the OCR is any comment?
Yes, so it's definitely the accuracy of Tesseract OCR is there are limitations which we are actually exploring further on improving them. That's why we are actually looking at ways to develop further on the OCR node, right? If anyone's interested to work with us on that, we are more than happy to do that. Yeah, okay. So we run a lot of use cases on that recently, actually.
we need the more developer for the OCR node.
Yeah. Sorry.
you need more developers for OCR.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Please.
All right. That's all. That's all the
that's
questions
all.
from
questions.
the YouTube Live. Yeah. Thank you for your great presentation again, and it's a very, very good, interesting theme. The DX is now recognized as one of the major challenges around the world, right? So the use of the Node-RED to promote DX is a very interesting case study. It's I believe that your session will be helpful for all of audiences. I think. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Yes, for audiences, thanks for watching the sessions. We have more sessions on the global track. We will start again the next session in 6 minutes. Please wait a moment. Yep, bye for now. Hello again. Thank you for watching the NordRedCon 2021 as global track. We have the next session is Perfect Tool for our API First Strategy by Graziano from Ericsson. All right, please welcome Graziano.
Hello. Hello.
Going?
Very happy to be here with you today. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah,
my name is Graziano Ponzo, and I have a lot of stuff to share with you today. And just in order to be sure that I could stay within the given time, I have decided to pre-record my session. So you will watch it right now, but I will be here watching live with you. And if we have time at the end, I will be happy to answer any questions. And as I propose in the video, we can continue the discussion and collaboration also offline. Hope you will like what you are going to watch.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. And for audiences, fortunately, Graziano prepared like a transcript for you guys, and the English version and the Japanese version that we prepared. Then now I posted this URL on the YouTube live chat. Please check it if you need it. Right. All right. Let me show you Graziano's video. Okay. Let's get started.
Hello, everyone. My name is Graziano Ponzo, and I work as a strategic product manager in Ericsson. I am based in Stockholm, Sweden, and as you could easily understand, I'm not Swedish. My roots are from Italy, Rome. First of all, I wish to thank Node-RED crew for inviting me to this great event. It is a real pleasure to be here. In this session, I would like to provide you an overview on how we have taken advantage of the great Node-RED capabilities to help our customers in using one of our services, the IoT Accelerator Connectivity Management Service. So this is the agenda of my speech. I will start with a very brief introduction of what is IoT Accelerator Service, but just to set the context. I will describe then why we have decided to offer Node-RED-based developer tool to our customers. Then I will give you a brief overview of the developer portal where we have published all our work and made available the results to developers. I will provide you a very concrete example of an end-to-end use case which gives you a complete picture of the context and how useful has been Node-RED to build it. And then I'm eager to hear and answer your question. Here I have a proposal that I will describe when we get there. So, first of all, what is IoT Accelerator, Ericsson IoT Accelerator? Ericsson IoT Accelerator is a global mobile broadband connectivity management system. And we offer it to multiple service providers that are mobile operators. In turn, they use our service to sell their connectivity to enterprises, mainly dealing with the IoT space. So, here you have some numbers. Globally, tens of millions of IoT devices out there push their data to the cloud thanks to our connectivity management feature and to our customer capillary 3G, 4G, 5G networks. So, what are the main connectivity management features then? Well, IoT Accelerator provides a number of features, most of them exposed in form of APIs, which the enterprise customer of our service provider customer integrate in their business processes. And all this is meant to improve the enterprise service in terms of service quality, service security, and cost control. Some examples of these are subscription inventory management, so manage the SIM and the eSIM inventory, such as order SIM and configure SIM. Then another example is to set triggers that could be used for service automation, such as managing the lifecycle management, fraud prevention, cost prevention, fault detection, and others. Then another example is to manage the account. Then perform mobile network traffic monitoring for troubleshooting and threats monitoring in case of abnormal device behavior. Perform mobile network traffic analysis for spending control and service optimization. And finally, service support, as this is offered as a service to our customers. So now that I gave you an overview of what the service is about, let's see which are the service management and application integration interfaces that we provide. We provide, first of all, a service management portal accessible by any browser, which is the main man-to-machine interface that we provide. Then we provide a rich set of APIs, which is our machine-to-machine interface, or better is the client-server interface. And then, to support all this, we provide a developer portal, which is our developer toolkit, where we document the interfaces and we provide all the help to perform these integrations. Well, this is exactly the subject where we had most of the challenges, as this is not an easy job, unless you have the right tools. So, challenges for enterprise developers experience. Which are the challenges? Well, there are at least 4 main questions to be addressed, and we have been looking for a common answer, which, sorry for the spoiler, we luckily found in Node-RED. So the questions are: how to allow the enterprises to easily test our APIs? How to easily verify if an integration pattern means wiring together a number of API will be functionally address a specific business process integration need. Then, being this a learning journey for enterprises, how to explain this enterprise integration pattern in an easy way without being flooded by thousands of lines of code. And finally, how to provide a common, fully integrated answer to the need of building an end-to-end use case using our API and possibly also extending to third-party and enterprise-owned API. So let's have a look now why every questions are properly answered by Node-RED. On API testing, configure Node-RED to call an API is very easy. All you need is to use Node-RED editor to assemble a very simple flow, where you basically define an HTTP in Node, where you define the request type and the URL. Then you edit the input and the output parameters into the Swagger doc node editor, which is linked to the HTTP node. And then you define an HTTP response node, which basically returns the data in the variable as defined in a Swagger doc node. Then, jumping into the verification of the integration pattern. Well, as the Node-RED website says, Node-RED is a tool for wiring together hardware devices, APIs, and online services in new and interesting ways. Well, we experienced that this is absolutely true. By using the Node-RED editor, its nodes and JavaScript programming create an integration logic which wrap together multiple API to address an integration need takes a matter of minutes, and the troubleshooting is highly facilitated. Regarding explaining the enterprise integration patterns, this is also a key point. Well, here the graphical representation of the flows provided by Node-RED provides an immediate materialization of the integration pattern into a visual flow. This helps a lot in describing, sharing, understanding all the integration pattern, without the need of sequence diagram and complex textual description. So basically here, what you see is exactly what you get. And then, how to provide an end-to-end developer experience. Here, Node-RED could really represent a one-stop shop to address multiple prototyping and development needs in just one tool. In terms of API integration, API wiring to build an integration pattern, graphical user interface, JavaScript logic to be added at any level, even device application logic. And all this enable into a very easy to use, rich of shared resources and flexible tool. So, now that you know the reasons why we have selected this tool to enable a great developer experience, let's have a look at the Node-RED-based resources that we have available in our developer portal. So, the developer portal is on public internet, and it is at the following address: iot.developer.ericsson.com. And very important, even if you see up there the possibility to sign in, so to log in order to access some specific content, in order to access all the resources that I will show you, you will not need any login. This means that everything is open to any user. The restricted content is just for service provider, and it is needed to access some specific feature that they can only use. But all the rest means almost 95% of the content, it's free to access. Now, quickly describing the developer portal. The developer portal is built on three main pillars: a learn section, where you learn all the API and the interfaces, and then a develop section where we provide developer tools to help our customers to develop applications. And then pretty soon we will also put in place a share and query section, not yet available, where we will introduce a forum where it will be possible to share ideas and information much easily. So I will now focus directly on the develop section. And in the develop section, we provide help for device development, application development, and enterprise integration. And here I will focus on application development. Into the application development, we have a lot of different resources. And for this, we have built a specific section on Node-RED. Here, we provide all the information on how to download the tool, of course, official website, how to import all the flows in Node-RED, all the steps that is needed. And then we provide a rich set of resources ready-made to be used with Node-RED. Some of them are pretty easy, such as, for example, this one. I will show you. This one is get subscription information together with data SMS aggregated traffic for the current month. So this is basically wiring together two APIs. And we describe how this is done, the request, the response. And then at the end, you can download the Node-RED flow in order to build this wiring of different API. Here we also provide a document that we have built on purpose on how to import the flows in Node-RED. So it's possible to download a document where we describe all this. And now I would like to show you one end-to-end use case. So the most complex use case that we build on top of Node-RED and IoT Accelerator to show to our customer how to unlock the full value of the IoT Accelerator in terms of enhancing the end-to-end service quality and experience, increase the service security, and optimizing the cost predictability. And this is the diagram, the integration diagram that we show to build this end-to-end use case. And here I would like to show you in this slide, I will show you what we have done. So in this use case, we have decided to use components which are largely used by the developer community and enterprise developers, such as the AWS IoT service, of course, the Node-RED development and execution environment, M5 Stack device platform that is based on well-known Espressif ESP32 processor, and it is equipped with the largely used multiband modem from Syncom, It's SIM 7600. It's a quad band modem. And then we have even included a sample three-party web service which provides cellular location address resolution. So this picture represents an high-level architectural view of the end-to-end flow, showing the interoperability between all the components and systems involved. In particular, the following steps summarize the sequence of actions will be executed in this demo video. So the device will be switched on and will start publishing its IMSI and its telemetry data coming from the sensor connected to the I2C bus over MQTT to AWS IoT Core. The data will be stored in AWS IoT Core. And here comes the power of Node-RED. Node-RED has been used to create the application and the graphical user interface that will consume and subscribe and show this data, and will interact with the device and with the IoT Accelerator Connectivity Management API. So the application will subscribe to AWS IoT Core MQTT broker and will receive the messages published by the device, showing them on a dashboard. The application will provide connectivity-related information, data, SMS consumption from the network, which is the main source used by operator to build the service, invoking IoT Accelerator API. It will allow the user also to perform connectivity-related actions which are functional to security and cost saving, such as SIM status change, subscription package change, that is another name for the commercial offer of the SIM, all through IoT Accelerator API. And it will even allow the user to know the geolocation of the device, even if the device is not equipped with the GPS. And this is happening using the network information through IoT Accelerator API and then query an external public API to resolve this information, getting address, street name, and number. So all these advanced functions are possible thanks to the fact that the SIM included in the device is fully controlled by the Ericsson IoT Accelerator Connectivity Management. And of course, everything is managed in an application using Node-RED. So jumping back into the developer portal, here you have all the steps that needs to be done in order to reproduce exactly this use case on your own desk. So all the steps, and then you have all the resources needed from the client software of the device, the configurations, and then you see Node-RED flows, and of course the Node-RED application configuration. So if we want to see the application that has been built, this is basically the graphical user interface that has been built, and basically this is let me just refresh the page. Okay, so this one is the graphical user interface that has been used to understand what is the device connectivity status. You see it's connected. All the SIM information coming from IoT Accelerator, what is the offer, if the SIM status is active, and the IMSI, the IMEI of the device. Then here you can change the offer on top of the SIM. That is called subscription package. Then the consumed data coming directly from the network, and then the telemetry data coming from the device. And here you can get even the cell location of the device, trying to know where the device is. So we'll get the information from the device and we'll map this information. So right now the device is in Rome. As you see, it's one of the devices of our business labs developers, and you see that the data have been retrieved from this third-party web service. Now, if we want to see instead how all this is wired together, we need to access the Node-RED console. And here, I don't think that I need to teach you anything. Everybody knows this much better than me, but just to make it short, there are different components wired together. There are these purple ones that are regarding the MQTT subscription, so how to get the data from AWS IoT, the token generation for the API. And then you have these light blue that are basically the buttons that you have seen on top of the graphical user interface. And then you have different functions that where we have added some specific JavaScript code to basically manipulate the information coming from every block. And this is very, very easy. And then the post, that is basically where we post the JSON body of the API towards either IoT Accelerator or the third-party service. So as you see, what I said before, the visualization, this is pretty cool and easy to understand. Okay, so I hope that you enjoyed the presentation, and now it's time for questions and answers. I have a proposal here. I suggest that you fire your question today, but instead of me answering your questions, you will find all your answers into a specific page that we will build in our developer portal, because I really would like to build a wire between Node-RED and Ericsson IoT Accelerator, building this page where you will find all the questions and the answer to your doubts and curiosity and questions. So thanks a lot for your attention, and let's keep in touch.
Hey, thank you for your great presentation, Graziano. Right, so got it.
Thanks to you.
Yeah, thank you. Right, so the Kazuhito, do we have any questions for him?
Oh, yes.
From you.
Yes, I posted the question.
Yeah.
You talk about Swagger.doc node, Swagger.doc node, and I'm interested in you already use the node on the Node-RED Flow on the IoT Accelerator website.
Well, no, in that specific flow, we haven't used specifically that function, but we are going to use that more and more in the scope of our API sandbox. So you will see that used quite soon.
Oh, it's interesting. That's
yeah,
great.
that's very powerful, in my opinion.
And we had this other question. How many service APIs for Ericsson IoT Accelerator?
Good question. There are quite a lot of APIs because IoT Accelerator has quite a lot of services for manage the connectivity. So in total, we have something like 70 different APIs, and we are constantly renewing and improving. And you can find all of them in the developer portal under the API section.
Great. And another question is there a trial available for the IoT Accelerator?
Well, in order to answer this question, I need to clarify a bit more that IoT Accelerator, Ericsson provides this service to mobile operator. So, of course, there are many mobile operators, and you can find them in the map and in our website, that provides trial kits. So you should get in touch with any of the CSP that are listed there, and you can get a number of SIM. And we are also publishing, some of the customers are also publishing their offer on the AWS marketplace. So also there we have they have an offering. So it's possible through our mobile operator to get a trial kit, not directly from Ericsson.
Okay, so there's other question from that
Yes.
YouTube Live.
Yes, sure. I see that, yeah, the question is about a lot of API and one Node-RED instance. Please have in mind that currently we use Node-RED just for API testing and for prototyping. So we don't use Node-RED in our commercial instance. So, but yes, we have experienced that many different APIs can be run and can be managed by one instance. So only in the one that you have seen as an example, we have used already 7 or 8 different APIs, and of course it's a matter of calling different APIs. So it's not to be the receiver of the API.
Thank you. That's a good comment from others. Yes, very interesting. And yes, that's comment from Nick-san like this.
Great, thank you. And thank you again, Graziano. Thank you for a great presentation. I believe that your great session is very beneficial for all of the audiences who wanted to make any IoT applications towards MQTT such as something like that. Great.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very
Thanks
much.
a lot. Thanks a lot, and let's keep in touch.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, for audiences, thank you for watching the Global Track on NodeRedCon 2021. So we will let's start again the Global Track next session in 4 minutes. Please wait a moment. Thank you. Hello again, the four audiences. Yes, we will move to the next session. Next session is continuous delivery of Node-RED flows with Balena, by Mark from Balena.io. Please welcome Mark. Hello.
Hello.
Well, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm in mute, or yeah? Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. All right. Great. So okay. So are you ready to go? Yeah, already you shared.
Okay.
Now I activate your screen. That's right. Okay. Okay. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. And hello, everyone. Good morning, or afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are or when are you watching this video. On this session, in the next 20 minutes, I would like to show you how to manage Node-RED on edge devices like Raspberry Pis, and show you different ways to manage Node-RED and different ways to do continuous delivery or kind of scale on a fleet of devices. Okay, but for doing that, let me tell you a story. I have a lot of friends who start to hack on projects. And the most simple way to start prototyping, right? It's Node-RED, as most of you already know. It's easy, right? You have a Raspberry Pi on your table. You just download Node-RED and all the nodes that you need, start hacking flows. But then, if you are successful, you end with 9 Raspberry Pis on your table and trying to flash all of them. Then you create projects to do the continuous delivery of your flows, and it starts to be a bit tricky, because if you even are more successful, you get into something like this, where there are not enough Raspberry Pis on your local distributor. Maybe a customer needs different requirements or ask you to have the project on different devices, maybe with the same processor, maybe not. And if you are super successful, maybe you have a fleet.
Sorry, Mark. It seems not perfect. Right.
Okay, so, sorry.
Could you please reshare your screen?
Try again. Oops.
Yeah, now, at once,
Let me try to share again. Sorry for that. Share screen.
Okay, got it.
Okay, let's try again.
Oh.
Can you see it, or it's again broken? No, it's good.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I can do. Okay, just let me know if it happens again. My HDMI, I don't know why it does this. If you are super successful, maybe you have a fleet of IoT devices, and manage that. Sometimes it's a mess. So and even it's not on your table, or even it's not on your city, it's spread worldwide. So on the other hand, probably most of you started with a Raspberry Pi, with Node-RED, to have edge devices. But sometimes, I don't know if some of you had this issue where the screen, it's not, it doesn't want to share. Oops. Let me try to do the PDF. Sorry again for that. Sorry. Let's see. What a disaster. So let's see if this works better.
If you want to do that, if you can share your URL for me, I can.
Okay. Yeah. If this is not working, I'm gonna share the URL. Yes, that makes sense.
No, it seems good now.
Yes. Okay. So I will try to do it. Let me know if it's broken or not. Sorry.
Okay. Perfect.
So some of you started with something like this on the edge, a Raspberry Pi with Node-RED, and then some of you just get this, like, hey, I want more services. I want MQTT. Well, that probably it's already there, but Influx. I want InfluxDB. I want Grafana. I want something else. So if you have a fleet deployed worldwide, how do you do that? And you can do the die-hard method. So you can start everything from scratch, reinvent the wheel, and work like that. Or you can use Balena, or there are other services that helps on something like this. So let me explain what is Balena, okay, and how Balena can help you to scale your Node-RED project in the edge, and yeah, and what we do and how we do it. So maybe you don't know what is Balena. That's okay, but maybe some of you have used Balena Etcher. I don't know. I like to say virtually raise your hands if you use Balena Etcher to flash an SD card or a USB drive to flash an operating system image. If you use Etcher, actually you have been using software made by Balena, so you understand how we like to reduce friction on how we do things. So in this case, we try to reduce friction on how people was flashing SD cards or USB drives to install operating systems, because we have our own Linux operating system, and we saw that that was that sometimes it was complicated to flash devices. So what products do we have at Balena? So Balena is a platform, an IoT platform to manage devices, and we have different products to help to reduce friction on fleet owners, we say, on people or companies or developers who have a lot of devices all around the world, and you have to manage them remotely. Basically, you manage the software that it's running on those devices. Okay, you can call it that we do kind of a update as a service. Okay, and to do that, we have different products. We have Balena OS, which is an open source Linux operating system based on Yocto that give you to enables to connect more than 70 different devices with this operating system. And one thing that it's very interesting, it's only running containers. So we try to bring into the IoT developers this 21st century technology, right, that is containers. And for containers, we have another product that is on the top right, that it's Balena Engine, which is our lightweight container system based on Docker Mobi. It's as well open source, and you can download it as well. We have Balena Etcher that I already explained. Balena Fin, that it's an industrial grade hardware. Basically, it's a compute module carrier board that, learning from the problems that our customers had, we develop just to help our customers. And then we also have Balena Cloud and Open Balena. These are like the platforms to enable developers and companies to manage their devices remotely. Balena Cloud, it's basically the platform that it's freemium, so you can connect up to 10 devices for free, but from there, so you need to pay, and this is how I get paid, and all the people at Balena get paid. And then, but there is the open source version that it's Open Balena, in case that you want to run it on your own servers. So basically, and to go very quickly, because I don't have a lot of time, so we have a Pi running an open source Linux operating system, Balena OS, with a container system, and basically it runs two containers. It runs the Balena supervisor, which is the one who connects on Balena Cloud or Open Balena with the operating system and the device, and then you can run as many containers or services as you want. So in this example that we are going to see in a minute, we are going to see how in a Raspberry Pi you can run, you will run on Balena Cloud and running with a service of Node-RED. But you can as well run like an MQTT services along with Node-RED, or you can run MQTT, InfluxDB, Grafana, and whatever you want. Or I'm speaking now with LoRa gateways manufacturers who want to run Node-RED along with all the LoRa stack on it. I have examples on my GitHub repo. We can go there if you want later. So that's the magic, that you can really easily, if you have deployed tons of devices worldwide, you can introduce or change services and update versions, update the operating system version, etc. So I wanted to build it, but with the in front of you, but with the time that I lost with my screen sharing and that I only have 20 minutes, I'm going to show you the slides one by one. But actually, if you follow this video step by step, it's actually what you're going to see. So it's like a step-by-step with the screenshots that I took. Okay, so if you have a Raspberry Pi at home with an SD card, just grab it and just follow these steps, okay? I'm going to go fast here, but if you replay it, that's easy. Anyway, these slides are as well on my GitHub repository, so you will be able to see that. Okay, so just what we're going to do first is to install Node-RED, and I promise you that it will be just one click, okay? So my suggestion is to go to hub.balena.io. Balena Hub, we call it. This is a marketplace for IoT and edge applications. Okay, if you want to become a developer of IoT and edge applications, this is your place. So go to Balena Hub. So if you go to hub.balena.io, you will appear on the fleets, on Open Fleets. I'm not going to talk about that right now. But then click on blogs. Okay, blogs are like libraries or software pieces that accelerate your development. So, and as you see on the top row, or if not, just use a searcher, there is a Balena Node-RED blog. So if you click in there, you will go to a GitHub repository, okay? And this is what you need to run Node-RED on Balena. So the only thing that you need to do is to click a blue button that says on the GitHub repository, on the README, deploy with Balena. Okay, if you click that, okay, you will appear on Balena Cloud. If you don't have an account, we will ask you to sign up. That's okay. You just sign up. It's free, up to 10 devices. You can connect 10 devices with Node-RED. And then, yeah, you will create and deploy a fleet. That means that you will create a fleet that will have this source code that you saw on the GitHub deployed in there. And every device that you will add on that fleet will download the latest release that you have on that fleet on Balena Cloud. Okay. In this case, I create a fleet called Balena Node-RED for Raspberry Pi 4, for example. And then you will appear on a screen like this. Okay. You have a fleet, and you will see that the release start to be deployed on your fleet. Next thing to do is to click Add Devices. Add Devices will open a new pop-up. Just download. This is to download the Balena OS, and you will decide what version you want. Yeah, just click whatever. I usually do with the OS, Balena OS, with no ESR. Production or development, that's okay if you are prototyping. And then you can introduce your Wi-Fi credentials. So the Raspberry Pi, when you will power it up, will appear automatically with your Wi-Fi credentials, and we will be online automatically. Okay, so yeah, to flash the SD card, just use Balena Etcher. That's simple. And then when you put the SD card back to the Raspberry Pi and click, introduce the SD card and power it up, it should appear, as this Pi 4, it should appear on your Balena Cloud. Okay, just click and you will see that the Node-RED service will be deployed on your Pi and it will start running. And there is a blue button here in the middle that says public device URL. And there you will have Node-RED running. This is like 10 minutes process. Everything will be connected on your Wi-Fi or by Ethernet, up to you, and you will have Node-RED running on your device. But yeah, you remember that I mentioned, let's use let's introduce other services and so on. So let's do it really quickly because it's as well just one click, and I will do it right now with MQTT, but I'm trying to prototype as well with other services, okay? So for that, I recommend you to go to as well Balena Hub. Just go to projects, not fleets, not blogs. Go to projects and just find search for Node-RED. And I just published yesterday Node-RED MQTT application, just a mode of example to inspire you to create more things. And just click there, and you have to click for this fleet, or you can click on view code. It's very small, but if you click view code, you are going to get into the GitHub repository. Okay, if you click for this fleet, it's like the deploy with Balena that you clicked before. And yeah, we have the deploy with Balena as well on this repo. And yeah, in this case, I created, I will try to share screen if it works well later. But I created a fleet of 3 devices. 2 are in Barcelona on my table, and the third one is in India. Okay, so I'm managing a fleet of Node-RED devices with MQTT services, like worldwide. So what does it give Balena to you? It gives you like a public device URL, so you can access to all of your devices in a really simple way from a dashboard. Clicking public device URL. And on the other hand, it gives this update as a service. So if you need to change the MQTT version, or you need to add a new service or whatever you need, it's that easy, okay? Okay, so I made another thing that we contributed with a flow of the Balena supervisor. So you can do different things. You can, for example, blink the LEDs that we have on the Pi. You can get device information such as the local IP address and the versions of the operating system, the supervisor, etc. You can ping the supervisor, so you can reboot the device, etc. So this is something as well that it's interesting to manage the hardware itself, that it comes with this flow. And something that I did just to manage the flows on a fleet, when you have a big fleet, maybe this is an interesting discussion of how do you deploy the same flow in all the devices of the fleet. So what I did on this case is we have the app flows directory on the repository. So if you introduce your fleet in there, like I introduced this Node-RED con.json, this will get automatically deployed and automatically imported on all the Node-RED UIs of your devices, so you can run it automatically. And then, you have to know that when you redeploy a new version on Balena, or you change an environment variable, the services get restarted. And that's bad in case that, you need to, for example, you have a transactional flow, right? So, for example, it's also very interesting if you want to use this Balena flow, because we have, for example, a flow or a node just to lock the transaction. So you can have like a transactional flow and then unlock it when it's okay to have, for example, to have a reboot, on your device, for example. And what else? I think I covered more or less everything. So I don't know. Let's wrap up to open the Q&A session, but some takeaways. I show you how to deploy Node-RED on a Raspberry Pi. This code is compatible with Pi 0, Pi 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so you can deploy it in just one click, and it works. You then have a UI to manage all your fleet of devices. Okay. It's interesting because in this fleet, I have a Pi 3 running on 32-bit operating system, a Pi 3 running on 64-bit operating system, and a Pi 4 altogether. So it's what I mentioned at the beginning. You can have a fleet of devices that are heterogeneous, and still the same code applies to all the devices. Okay. I show an alternative to Node-RED projects in case that, Node-RED projects doesn't fit exactly on the continuous delivery on your flows on Node-RED. And I think Balena can help in case that you need to build a fleet of Node-RED devices. I show you a way to add or maintain more services on your fleet with Balena. So if you need to upgrade the version of Grafana for a reason, that's super simple. It's just a change and deploy a new version, and all your fleet gets the latest version. I have a shameless plug to mention. So I show you the Balena Hub, IoT Edge application marketplace. So we have a challenge for the next days. So if you submit your project in there with Node-RED, for example, you have a chance to win a lot of prizes and a lot of swags. So I think it's a great timing if you want to take a look. And I'm open for questions. And I don't know if we have time and my screen works. I can show you this live as well.
Right. Thank you very much for your great presentation. And right. Oh, oops. Okay. Hey. So maybe we have the question for you.
Sure.
Right.
Firstly, okay. This is like comment about the healthcare query. And is there any opinion about that? Medical readings and yes.
Yeah, that should be a really nice session for the Node-RED Con for next year. No, people sharing their project like in 1 minute or so. That's amazing, Alexis. Let us know if we can help you.
And there's other question. Can Balena container secure my Node-RED code in case of my SD card is stolen?
Yeah, that's a very good question, to be honest. Yeah, we have different solutions to that. Yeah, if your SD card gets stolen, so you have to imagine that that Raspberry Pi, the only hard disk is this SD card. So if someone opened your box that it's installed, in the middle of where you have your devices and get these out, of course the device is not going to work. There are solutions. First of all, we can go to a hardware solution where you have a tamper sensor and you get a message from Node-RED that someone opened the enclosure of your product. But that doesn't solve the question that you got, but you get an alert that happened. And second solution is we have services to back up the current status of an SD card in the cloud. So, for example, on Google Drive or Dropbox or whatever service you want. So, some developers do it's they just copy these into these backup plays, and in case that this happens, they have the latest image and the latest status of that Raspberry Pi. But that's a very good question.
Thank you. And it is almost the same. And does Etcher have the capability to erase an SD card or USB thumb drive, or plans to support that in the future?
That's a good question. To be honest, I don't know the roadmap of Etcher, but I'm gonna I just copy this question and I'm gonna ask to the Etcher team on Monday. It's interesting because we get a lot of questions about Etcher that broke SD cards or USB drives, etc. And actually, Etcher does just something super simple. Just copy byte by byte the operating system image file to an SD card or a USB drive. So we try to get things very simple, and we do that. Not sure about this feature. So if you write on forums.balena.io, actually this question, on Monday you will have an answer for sure. Or I will ping the Balena Etcher team to answer you this question, if for you it's an interesting feature.
I think that's all the kind of questions. We have some comments for you on the YouTube Live, and you can check down the YouTube Live. Chat windows. Okay, so all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your great presentation, Mark. And it's I hope your session also bring to helpful things for the audiences who wants to make something with IoT solutions. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you, and have a good day, and congratulations for the event.
Right. Thank you. Hey, audiences, thank you for watching our sessions on Global Track of NodeRedCon 2021. We will have the next session in 7 minutes. And before that, we have the break a little bit. Please wait a moment. Thank you. Hi, hello again, and thank you for watching the NORACON 2021 as Global Track here. And I hope all of the audiences welcome back to this track because of the I guess it other tracks, local track A and B already A B finished. Right, so we have the next two sessions. The first one is presented by Andy at IBM. It's just closing keynote. And we have also the one more keynote session, closing keynote session, presented by Nicolelli. So these two tracks. And from now, and first of all, please welcome the Andy. Right. Hi, Andy.
Hi, good afternoon. It's been a fantastic conference so far. I'm really enjoying it. So congratulations on what we've done so far.
Thank you very much. And thank you for joining this conference as a keynote speaker. We are happy, very happy. Right.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure. It really is. Thank you.
Yeah, you are the keynote speaker, so you have the 40 minutes for your session. But depending you, if you want to talk less than the 40 minutes, the 30 minutes or 35 minutes, it's okay. Depending you, and including Q&A in your time after your keynote sessions. We picked up questions for you. If we have. All right, so ready to go.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I'll probably talk for about half an hour and then leave some 10 minutes for questions.
Okay. Oh yeah, perfect. So now, please, you go to the stream now, or do you get to the presentation mode on your slide?
I'm in the presentation mode on my screen, so it's like I need to swap.
Now we can see the PowerPoint window.
Is that better?
Thank you. I guess that start the presentation mode in.
So go out of presentation mode, then come back in because I'm seeing presentation mode here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Let me try that again.
Oh yes. I guess that's now.
Plus I'm sharing the wrong window. Hang on.
Oh, got it. Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
You'd think after all this time we'd have the hang of doing this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sometimes a little bit tricky. Oh, so now presenter mode, window that we got.
Right, so now we need to swap.
That swap, yes. Please swap to. Not yet. I can see the presenter window.
Okay, we'll try. It's crazy.
No
one more time.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Take your time.
I'll just share screen one, then you can have my whole screen.
Whole screen. Got it. Yeah, please care the anything the showing.
Is it good?
Okay.
Yay!
Perfect. Yes. Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, we're good. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so I'm going to talk about some of my experiments with controlling the Internet of Things. I've got a very long background in Internet of Things. Some of you may know that 22 years ago, I was the co-inventor of MQTT. So I've spent most of the last 20 years developing what the marketplace for what we now call Internet of Things. Nick and I have worked together for a very long time. So both Node-RED is in my blood and MQTT is in his blood. So it's all very joined up. I'm also a very keen maker. So I have a 3D printer. I'm enthusiastic about Arduinos and electronics. And so I spend a lot of my time making little gadgets which are connected to the internet. And I'm going to be showing you some of those things in this talk. A few years ago, I was very lucky to be able to work with a creative artist and create a piece of artwork that we call fairy lights. I live on a little island just off the south coast of England called the Isle of Wight. So you have to get to my house by ferry. And So it's always a great interest to me what the ferries are doing, whether they're running late or not running at all. And so we created this wonderful infinity mirror with laser cut acrylic connected to the internet. And as you can see, there are no wires around it. It's very much the magic of the Internet of Things, an enchanted object. It's quite hard to photograph an infinity mirror, but here we managed to take a photo of it. So you can see that there's the little island to the south, there's the mainland to the north, and then there's rows of LEDs going across the water with lights showing where the ferries are at any given time. And again, it's quite hard to tell what they're doing. So I've got an HTML version of this, which shows the different ferry companies. One's a blue one and one's a red one. One's called Red Funnel and one's called White Link, and the tracks that they go between the ferry ports. And the cool thing about this is that these are tracking in real time. So they're getting data from the internet and they're displaying in real time where the ferries actually are now. So when you stand and look at this piece of artwork, you can see the ferries actually moving across the water. And how does this work? Well, we get AIS data, automatic identification system data from the ships, which most ships send out. We send that over MQTT to the Watson IoT platform, and then we process it in a Node-RED application. And the interesting thing here is that the artwork itself doesn't know about ferries or ferry ports or colors of the different ships. It just gets told what to display by the Node-RED application. And that leads on to a really interesting discussion, is do you do computing at the edge or in the cloud? We hear a lot these days about edge computing. It's like it's the new frontier is doing all your computation at the edge. So the temptation is to put more intelligence into the edge device. The previous presentation, putting the Boolean cores down at the edge implies you're putting logic and code at the edge of the network. But what I've found is that there's an interesting dilemma there, that if you put your code at the edge, unless you've got a way to really easily update it, then if you want to make subtle changes, like the feed from the internet changes, or the ferry company adds a new ship to their fleet, you need to make a very small change. In Node-RED, of course, that's really easy to do. But on a small edge device with maybe a small Arduino ESP8266, you don't really have the opportunity to do that. In our case, we didn't have over-the-air updating, so we had to go down and physically reprogram the device every time we wanted to make a small change to the shade of blue that we were using. So in my mind, having all the logic in the cloud makes a load of sense. And then you make the edge device really unintelligent. It literally just receives commands as to what to do, and it doesn't have any state or any application knowledge of its own. And much experience has shown me that this is a really good way to do things. Now, I also do a lot of edge computing when I'm at work, working with industrial clients, pushing the computation down to the edge, where you've got things like video cameras and audio sensors. Makes a load of sense. And I'll be talking about that towards the end of my presentation with Mayflower Autonomous Ship. But that difference, that sort of dilemma between computing at the edge and computing in the cloud is an interesting discussion that you need to have either with yourself or with other people over and over again. The Ferry Lights exhibit now hangs in IBM's development laboratories in Hursley in the UK. Very beautiful piece of artwork. And as I mentioned, there's no wires, so this kind of magically gets its data. You can also tweet at Cheerlights and change all the colors around the outside as well, so people stand in front of it and interact with this piece of artwork. As is often the case with the Internet of Things, things don't look behind the curtain. So if you happen to look behind it, then you see a real mess of wires and bits of wood and tape, and you can see the little ESP8266 in the corner there controlling things. The computation intelligence is much smaller than even the power supply. So this is quite an interesting device, and lots of strips of NeoPixel LEDs controlling everything. I started using Node-RED a very long time ago, when it was still very much a prototype within IBM, an internal tool that we used. And I'm just going to talk about its use for home automation. I've had an automated home for many years, some of the first applications for MQTT were energy monitoring at home, and I did a lot of sort of turned my house into a living laboratory to try out various experiments long before they were shown publicly. And before I do that, it's worth mentioning the close linkage between MQTT and Node-RED. As I mentioned, Nick worked in my team for many years. He's always been aware of MQTT, and I've been aware of Node-RED since its very inception, since it's just been a germ of an idea in Nick and Dave's minds. And you may have wondered why, when you open an inject node, you have payload and topic. Well, they very naturally map to the MQTT notions of topic and payload. And the very first applications for Node-RED were MQTT in, process node, MQTT out, and everything else has kind of flowed from there. But this idea of topic and payload based on the MQTT idea has kind of stayed with it. So that's, I always smile when I see those things in a message and think, yeah, I know where they came from. So I had in my house, my home automation system, for many years I had Perl applications. So before Node-RED came along, I wrote all my code in Perl. And so I literally went from Perl to Node-RED, and that's been in my entire coding story, apart from C for Arduinos, of course. And many of these applications have the pattern connect to a broker, subscribe to an input topic, and then in a loop forever, wait for an event to come in, do something to that event, and then publish to another topic to either display the output or to feed the output to another application. And I had dozens, 12, 10, 20, 30 of these applications running in a small device in my home. Even before the days of Raspberry Pis, it was a small embedded Linux machine. And I had applications for energy monitoring, monitoring the oil tank level, alerting me if a window was left open, controlling my Christmas lights, both outside and inside on my Christmas tree, and even monitoring my mouse traps to send me a text and change a light if we caught a mouse somewhere in the house. So when Node-RED came along, I had to transition all that Perl code over to Node-RED, and it becomes a very natural pattern. So input topic that you subscribe to, then MQTT input node, process the message, so do something with the data, and then send the data on to somewhere else on another MQTT topic. And that pattern is repeated many times in my home automation system. And then you start to bring in feeds from the internet, so using HTTP request nodes to go and get data, process that data. So you're factoring in things like stock price and the value of my cryptocurrency portfolio and all these different things coming in from externally. Those all factor in as well. So the flows become more complicated, but that pattern is very natural for home automation. Those of you who are doing this kind of work at home will completely resonate with that. You may have heard of the term digital twins. We do a lot of work at IBM with digital twins. So digital twin, if you haven't heard of this, is where you build a software model in a computer of some physical system, and then you feed the software model from the physical system using MQTT. So you get IoT data in to bring it up to date with where the current values are. And then you can run time forward in a simulation to say, based on where we are now, where will it go next? And you can try all sorts of different what if experiments and say, what if we change this parameter? What if we double the load? What if we halve the maintenance interval? What if more people show up? You can run the model with different scenarios and see what the future will bring before you decide how to act on your physical system. I've taken the idea of digital twins one step further to what I call physical digital twins. And the idea of this is that you take some aspects of the physical system, just the bit you're interested in, and you reimagine it back into the physical world in a model fed by data from the digital twin. So you've got the physical system, the digital twin, then the physical digital twin showing some aspects of the physical system in a way that's useful to you. And that way of imagining things back into the real world is a very powerful way of conveying data, much better than graphs and colored LEDs and things like that. It really does bring it to life. Let me show you an example. This is Hursley House, where IBM has its main client briefing center in the south of England. Some of you may have been there at some time or other, and very beautiful old house. And we have a lot of problems with heating and cooling in this building. It's what's called a listed building. So we're not allowed to put aircon in, and we have to be very careful with the old metal radiators that are in there heating it. So managing the heating is a very sort of complicated process. And the site manager needs to understand the way the heat is spread through the building, because as the sun comes around during the day, it shines in through different windows and heats them up, and other sides will be cool, and as the sun moves around, the heating moves around. So it's very difficult to imagine how the heating is working. So I built a physical model of Hursley House on my 3D printer. I was fascinated by the number of chimneys that there are. They were very difficult to print because they kept snapping off. But eventually I built this model, and we have a digital twin of the environmental sensors in Hursley House. So we get things like temperature, humidity, light level, sound level, a whole bunch of different parameters, CO2, a whole bunch of different parameters. And so in the digital twin, it was all the data I needed to make a visualization of the heat map of the building. So you can see the roof is sort of translucent, so light comes through it. So I can then light up LEDs inside the rooms which shine through the roof to create literally a heat map across the surface of the building. So the site manager can have it on her desk and look down at it and say, I can see that side is hot and this side is cold. It's a very natural way of imagining of being able to understand the way the heat is flowing through the building. So that's a physical digital twin of Hursley House. And I have many other examples. I'll show you some other ones as well, but I'll show you some of the other fun things I've been doing. During the last 18 months, we've had lockdown in the UK, as I'm sure you have everywhere else. In fact, I know you have everywhere else. So my mind wandered to more interesting projects. So I built 3 IoT gadgets inspired by the titles of songs, which just happened to be on my speakers at the time when I thought of them. So I'm going to tell you about those. Again, these are physical digital twins of physical quantities in the real world. All the data manipulation is being done in the cloud in Node-RED, and the devices themselves have no intelligence at all. They literally just display the colors they're told to display. They have no idea where that data comes from. And if I choose to change the Node-RED, which of course I can do very quickly, hit redeploy, the behavior of the device changes instantly without having to go and reprogram the device. So this one's what I call the weather clock, or they say it's going to rain. This is using data from the weather company. This is a weather forecasting company that IBM is lucky enough to own. So if you've seen the Weather Channel, the weather forecasting company behind that is called the Weather Company. So we have access to that data. So we get every 15 minutes, we get a new global weather forecast at a 0.5 kilometer resolution. So I can find out every 15 minutes what the weather's going to do at my house, different from a few hundred meters away. So this constantly updates and shows a 24-hour clock with midnight at the top, 12 midday at the bottom, 6 a.m. on the right, and 6 p.m. on the left. And it shows the current time at the bottom there. Says it's 5 o'clock, and when I took that photo, the green light there, and it shows what the weather's going to do. So if it's yellow, it's going to be sunny. If it's white, it's going to be cloudy. If it's pale blue, it's going to be sort of drizzly, and if it's dark blue, it's going to rain. So that's a really good way if I'm planning to go out and do some work in the garden or go for a run or whatever. I can see when it's going to rain. In this picture, it's going to rain during the night from 11 p.m. till 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So that's okay. I'll be asleep then. And it's going to be sunny and cloudy during the day for the afternoon ahead. And that's just here on my desk. It's going to be cloudy all day and cloudy all night in the UK for the next 24 hours, if anybody cares. Well, at my house, it might be completely different on the other side of the island or indeed on the mainland. So this is a really good way of showing that. And one thing that's really interesting is that we tend to assume that weather forecasts just come once a day because you see it on the television the night before. But it's really interesting to see weather patterns changing during the day. So it might say it's going to rain in the afternoon, but then it might change its mind and go, oh, it's just going to rain a little bit. Then it might go, actually, it's just going to be cloudy. The rain will miss you. And so you can see the weather patterns changing during the day, which is great to watch. And so I can't say with certainty it's going to rain tomorrow afternoon. I just have to see what happens, but I'll know before it does happen. Tracking the weather is a very English fascination, and so you won't be too surprised I've done another weather project, and this is so this tracks how many days of sunshine and rain there are in every month. So the outer ring is for the current month, how many days of rain there have been and how many days of sunshine, and it just kind of builds up like a stacked histogram during the month, and then resets, and then the month's total transfers down to the inner ring. So that's 12 months of, was it generally rainy or generally sunny? So people tend to say, oh, we had a really wet summer, and I can say, yeah, actually it was only fairly wet. It wasn't very wet. So that's just a way of tracking weather over time. So a very English occupation, for which I make no apology. And my final one is a tribute to my favorite singer, Karen Carpenter, who you may remember. Those of you who are old enough to remember Karen Carpenter, she sang a lovely song called Rainy Days and Mondays. So this is a little glow orb printed with a litho technique, which means that you print thicker plastic for the dark bits and thinner plastic for the light bits. So when you put a light behind it, it shines through like a black and white photo. It's quite a clever. It's called a lithophane, and this device lights up on rainy days and Mondays. So every Monday it lights up, and any day when it's going to rain, it lights up as well. So whenever I glance at it, look at it now, no, it's not lit up because it's not a Monday and it's not going to rain, so it's dark. But if it does light up today, I'll know it's going to rain later, and it reminds me every Monday that it's a Monday. Those are my song-inspired IoT devices. I mentioned edge computing back at the beginning, and one of my current projects at work is the Mayflower Autonomous Ship. And if you look at MAS 400, Mayflower Autonomous Ship 400.com, you can go and see all about this amazing piece of technology. This is a 3D photogrammetry scan that we had made of the ship in the summer. She's 15 meters long, 6 meters wide, made of aluminium, no people on board. It's controlled by an AI captain, and its purpose is a research ship to go and gather data. The body of the ship is full of science experiments to sample the water, to use GPS, to listen out through a hydrophone, various different experiments inside the ship to help us understand the impact of climate change on the oceans and also the effect of pollution on the oceans. So it's basically a research platform for gathering data. And the big advantage of an autonomous ship, of course, is it can spend large amounts of time out at sea. The people don't get bored or sick or have to be paid. So it's a very cheap way of gathering data. And once you've decided there are going to be no people on board, then you can give all the space over to the research. You don't need space for fresh water or kitchens or food or storage or sleeping or toilets or any of those things. You can take all of those out of the design, and the ship is designed for the function it's intended for. So it's a really exciting project. It's powered by solar panels and a biodiesel generator to back that up, and she goes through the water really quietly. And the AI technology on board is all a good example of edge computing. Now, I'd really like to say that it's all running using Node-RED, but the AI captain itself is not using Node-RED. However, the Science Bay controller, so the system, which is a cluster of 4 Raspberry Pis that control all the science experiments, has a combination of Node-RED and some Python scripts to run all the experiments and to manage the flow of the experiments. So there is some Node-RED on board, but not actually running the AI captain itself. But we use a lot of Node-RED in processing the data. I'm not going to bore you with the actual details of this, but so doing data analytics on the data from the ship, some of which comes in live over the satellite link, but the bulk of which is stored on flash disks inside the ship. So when she comes back into port, we offload that over Wi-Fi, or indeed SneakerNet. We go and actually physically take the disks out and put them into another computer. that data then has to be analyzed, and I'm using a lot of Node-RED to manipulate those files, reformat it, look for the interesting events. And just to me, it's very natural to flow that data through Node-RED. The other thing we're doing is replaying the data from the mission. So the data we've captured from previous missions, we replay so that researchers can analyze the data. We can have visualizations of it, physical digital twins of the system, so I'll show you in a moment. And it's a real-time simulation, so it's taking data feeds from files and then playing it out using a delay node so it replays in simulated real time. And there's that system's all written in Node-RED, running in the cloud. Some of it runs on Raspberry Pis here at my house, so it's an interesting blend of kind of hybrid cloud, if you might think of it that way. And then the other thing we're doing with Node-RED, as before, is using it to control the physical models. So rather than putting the logic into the edge devices, we're making them unintelligent and putting all the logic into Node-RED in the cloud. So as the data feeds come in from the AIS and the transmissions from the ship come over the satellite link, we feed that in over MQTT, manipulate it, then send it out to the different digital twins that are waiting for it to do for different visualizations. There are moving map displays and various other models. One of them's a physical turntable, which I've built, which has a servo motor, a stepper motor inside it, which goes round to show the direction the ship is pointing, and then lights move underneath the ship to show the speed it's going at different rates of pulsing. I built a solid state version of that, which has no moving parts. It's just a set of LEDs around the outside and then lights along the middle of the ship showing the speed. So the compass rose rotates as the ship goes around, so it's going roughly east at the moment. And then the lights go down the middle of it showing the speed of movement. So that's several of my colleagues have ordered those from my 3D printing factory. One of my friends made a software simulation of the physical model that I've made. So this was a physical digital twin, which was all getting a bit ridiculous, but it was a really useful way of prototyping the hardware so we could work out the color combinations and the rotation speeds to make it look how we wanted to do. So we designed the user experience in software, then applied it to the physical model, taking data from the digital twin. So this is all getting a bit convoluted. And finally, because I was really interested to see how the ship was behaving at sea, I built another model which uses servo motors to represent the rudder and the throttle. So as the ship goes faster, the throttle goes forward. As it goes slower, it goes backwards. And as she turns left and right, the rudder moves from side to side to track the movement of the real rudder. And this is all controlled from Node-RED in the cloud. These devices have no knowledge of ships or meters per second or degrees of rudder. They just take the Node-RED just sends a message over MQTT saying turn to position 30, and then it goes bzzz and moves to that position. And that's how my Internet of Things world hangs together. I hope you've enjoyed that. I'm very happy to answer your questions. And again, congratulations on a fabulous conference.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you for your live presentation. Okay, so we have lots of comments for you on the YouTube live. So the Kazuhito, please pick any comments up to the StreamYard. You can select it. You want to check? Yep.
Yes, that's great comment. Loving the rain clock and.
I knew you were watching. I was giving you a name check for the physical digital twin there.
And yes, Nick-san also some comment. Yes, and I added to comment. I saw a ferry project in Hazray. Yes, it is very interesting.
Thank you.
And yes, we had a question from sorry, please wait. Toyoda-san, what are some of the gadgets that often help you in your prototyping? For example, microcontroller board, sensors, and actuators for input and output.
That's a great question. So almost everything I do these days is using the, I'm sure there's one here somewhere. There we go. The WeMOS.
Oh, some accident is occurred.
That's right.
But okay.
No. So, please wait a moment. Okay, let me. Please wait. Let me check.
Don't know what happened there.
we have accident.
Screen just changed. That's so weird. Anyway, so a WeMOS ESP8266, and more recently I've been using the ESP32, and somebody mentioned a SIM7000 earlier. I'm using one of those boards at the moment as well. So this is the SIM7000 GSM board with GPS on board. Amazing thing. So this is the LilyGo board. So all my stuff is using Arduino IDE. I'm a great fan of NeoPixels. I have miles of NeoPixels in my house. In terms of sensors, I don't do that much with sensors. I tend to get data from other sources, mainly internet sources. But when I do use sensors, often temperature and humidity sensors, motion detectors. We did a project with a thermal imaging sensor. So it's a 4x4 grid of thermal sensors. And we use that to monitor whether animals were in their beds at night and use that to turn the heater on and off. So that was an interesting project. But yeah, ESP8266s are the winning combination for me.
Thank you. Toyoda-san also have a lot of gadgets, so you can contact him. I think you have a great conversation with him.
Absolutely. I should mention Raspberry Pis as well, because if it's something that's too big for an ESP, then it'll be a Raspberry Pi running Node-RED. And we have a project with our local theme park controlling animatronic dinosaurs using Raspberry Pis with Node-RED to sequence the actions of the dinosaurs. So that's kind of the next level up.
Okay, and we had another question. What is between being the most challenging project concept to craft physical digital twinning, perhaps due to being incredibly tiny, fast, tricky power demands, and the most costly?
Well, the most costly one was the fairy lights, because that was lots of laser cut acrylic and lots of hundreds and hundreds of LEDs. There was like 600 LEDs in that thing, and the case around the outside had to be carefully made. So it was a real piece of artwork. It hung in an art gallery for several months. So that was probably the hardest build, because we had to be really, really careful. I couldn't just run it through my 3D printer, and 3D printer makes things so easy. You just print it and there it is. But if you have to use wood or metal or other materials, that makes life difficult. I think the hardest one for other reasons was I built a model of our Internet of Things headquarters in Munich, which is a very beautiful, it's called Highlight Towers. It's a big twin building. And I built a 3D printed model of that with LEDs inside, which showed the lighting level on the different floors. And it was very difficult to get that to print, first of all, because it was using blue and clear plastic, but also getting the LEDs inside to shine just right, getting the diffusers right was quite difficult. So every project has its own challenges. I tend to think about them quite a lot before I start building them, to try and think what's the best way of doing this, so I don't waste time with unnecessary experiments. And I've usually got a pretty clear, I usually prototype things, the hardware, outside of the case first. I'll have the electronics laid out on the table here before I put it in, fit it inside the device. So if it doesn't work, I haven't got to unpick all this stuff from inside the plastic case.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, it seems that that's all kind of question from the audiences on the YouTube Live. So, all right, thank you again, Andy. And
thank you.
Great, your presentation. It's very happy we're having you. Right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and now
thank you very much.
Now for the person you've all been waiting for.
Right.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Right. So, okay. The next is the final closing keynote session. We will start in about 4 minutes. Please wait a moment. All right. Okay. Thank you. Hello again, and welcome back to for all of our audiences. Thank you for watching the NordRedCon 2021 Global Track. We are happy to having the last closing session by the amazing speaker, Nick O'Leary. Please welcome Nick. Hey, Nick.
Hi, Taji. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you. How about you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah,
very impressed with today's event.
Right, thank you for joining also this year, well, like last year. Okay, so I'd like to show case. Got it. So, ready to start?
Yep.
Okay, so please go ahead.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today for Node-RED-Con 2021. It's been a brilliant event. You know, a lot of really good speakers on the global track, which is one I've been following, and you know, with 2 other full tracks of great talks on the Japanese tracks. I mean, it's awesome to see this event come together like this, and you know, for what I still think of as my little project, just every time I just see the reach and the impact it has is really, it blows me away. And so today I wanted to talk a little bit about you know, sort of a state of the nation of Node-RED, you know, look back of what we've achieved this year and a bit about what we're thinking about moving forward. But really, I just wanted to sort of celebrate the community and, you know, celebrate everything that everyone else has achieved through Node-RED by coming together. About me, I mean, I ought to introduce myself. I won't take for granted people know who I am. So I am Nick O'Leary. I'm the co-creator of Node-RED alongside Dave Conway-Jones. Dave and I created Node-RED, I think in 2013 at West, when we were colleagues at IBM. And yeah, you know, we have run the project ever since, taking it from an internal project at IBM, running it as an open source project at IBM, taking it to the JS Foundation, and now at the OpenJS Foundation. And I really want to thank Robin for doing the opening keynote from the OpenJS Foundation, because I think you know, one of the many reasons for Node-RED's success, beyond just, you know, the lines of code that have been written, are the community and is the support we have around the project. Being part of the OpenJS Foundation is you know, key to us, because the open governance it espouses, the community it brings, it really helps differentiate Node-RED as an open source project, that it's not just someone's side project, pet project in the corner that they work on in the evenings and weekends. You know, it is a fully fledged open source project. And as we've heard today, you know, companies building solutions, using it as part of what they do. So I left IBM earlier this year, and so my current role, I'm founder and CTO of a company called FlowForge, looking to build some commercial solutions around Node-RED. I'm sure lots of you would love to know a lot more about what's coming. That's not for today. I'm sure we'll have more to say about in the near future about FlowForge, but yeah, today's about Node-RED. So I wanted to start by looking a bit about what have we achieved this year. So I always get blown away when we add them up, but we've had 20 releases, and I've had to update this slide twice in the last 2 days. And we'll have our 21st release on Monday or Tuesday for the 2.1.2 release. But 20 releases, including the 2.0 major release, the 2.1 milestone release just a couple of days ago. We've had over 700 commits in the repository from, and this is the one that always gets me, 33 contributors this year, which, so it's certainly true to say, you know, there's a core set of contributors who do the majority, but we have a superb sort of a long tail, as they call it, of people who do come to the project do make a contribution, make a difference. And as with all open source projects, I do heartily encourage, if there's something about Node-RED you'd like to influence, to change, it's so easy to get involved and just try and make that first pull request, make that first code contribution. But as Robin said in the opening keynote, you don't need to contribute code to contribute to the project and make a meaningful impact in the project. So, don't think you can't help if you can't, you don't know how to write code. There's just so many ways you can get involved with the project. So this is probably the first full year where we've been working to our release plan. So this was a plan we published about 18 months ago to try and give a schedule that we were going to work against. Because before that, we were being very ad hoc. We would do releases when they felt ready. But as we kind of grow up as a project and mature as a project, and we recognize more companies depend on Node-RED in different ways, we wanted to have a schedule that helped provide some certainty to companies looking to adopt Node-RED, and also help communicate expectation for how we want to manage releases and sort of the life cycle. And yeah, so here we've got showing where we are in the just having done the 2.1 release. But this year we got the 2.0 release done, which was the first sort of major version change that we've done since version 1.0 2 years earlier. And despite being a major version change, I think we've managed to minimize any sort of disruption or breaking changes in that release for the vast majority of users. It was a seamless upgrade and continues to be a seamless upgrade. And that's been an important principle that we've tried to stick to throughout the life of the project. You can pretty much take a piece of Flow.json that was generated in Node-RED in 2013, 8 years ago, and import it into Node-RED today. So often when you think about major version changes, you think about breaking changes, you think about major rewrites, major reworks. But we've really, as I say, it's been an important principle to try and minimize that disruption, because we don't want to make it hard for people to upgrade. But it's also true to say that Node-RED doesn't live in a bubble. We don't exist by ourselves. We are built on top of the ever-evolving Node.js ecosystem. Modules that we use continue to evolve. Node.js itself continues to move forward. So it does become inevitable that sometimes we do have to make changes along the way that could potentially be more disruptive than we'd otherwise like. And this is one of the ways we've designed the release plan, is to align our major releases with the Node.js release plan, so that as old versions of Node.js fall out of support, we coincide that with a major version change of Node-RED, where we can drop support for that version of Node and keep moving things forward. So that's what we did in 2.0. We dropped support for Node 8 and Node 10. I mean, at that point, Node 8 had not been supported by Node.js for 18 months. And to be frank, it was really starting to hold us back in terms of what we were able to do. Because by doing that, we were able to update a whole range of the internal dependencies that had themselves already moved on. And most of those changes were super straightforward. But some of it required more work. And one I wanted to just talk a bit about was the HTTP request node. Under the covers, the request node uses an NPM module called request. And to be frank, the vast majority of the Node ecosystem were using the request module for doing HTTP requests. It was kind of like a Swiss Army knife of a module, in that it could do so much when it comes to HTTP requests that it could do every use case you could think of, different types of authentication, proxying, cookies, whatever it might be. Unfortunately, the request module wasn't being actively maintained. Issues were creeping in, although none that we had hit ourselves in Node-RED. And its maintainers decided to deprecate the module, which they did at the start of last year, the start of 2020. And they did it in a way so that every time you npm install it, you would get a big deprecation warning in the console. And for a lot of Node-RED users who aren't experienced Node developers, that would be alarming. So, it was clear we had to do something about this. And it's still worth pointing out, the request module, even today in the last week, is still getting something like 23 million installs each week. So even though it's been deprecated 18 months, it's still getting a lot of use. So given the way that Node-RED exposes the whole surface of the module, it's not like we had a single use case. We couldn't do a bit-by-bit migration. We kind of had to just migrate the whole thing. So having looked around a while, what other modules were available, we landed on the GOT module. So this is another actively maintained, very popular, growing popular module that we spent quite a bit of time then re-implementing the HTTP request node to use this module. It wasn't plain sailing. There were gaps in functionality, so we've ended up having to re-implement a bunch of things that the request module did for us that GOT didn't. Things like digest authentication and the proxy handling. And there were certainly some bugs in the early beta releases, which, again, thanks to the strength of the community, we managed to flesh out and sort out. There was also some challenges around some of the GOT's opinionated API design that perhaps made it harder to migrate or caught us out in a few places. But, that's kind of the challenge. But the point I'm kind of making here is, with a release when you look at 2.0, there weren't really a lot of headline features in terms of new functionality. But that doesn't really reflect the amount of work that went into that release and trying to ensure a smooth upgrade. And that's where we get away from this idea that just because it's a major new feature, a major new version of the project, that doesn't necessarily mean there has to be major new versions. For us, it means you need to pay a bit more attention when you want to upgrade, just in case there are things you need to do, such as upgrade from an old version of Node.js. But really, the challenge is to try and minimize the impact. But even though there weren't lots of major new features, again, there was a lot of engineering in the core of Node-RED to enable new stuff to come that has been since been delivered and continues to be so. And one of the features we added was the plugin framework. And again, I'm sure for a lot of you end users of Node-RED, this is quite detailed under the covers information. But I think this is sort of useful and helpful and hopefully interesting to understand what goes on under the covers. So we actually introduced this plugins framework in Node-RED 1.3 just before, at the end of 2019, or the start of the plugins framework. Plugins are packaged just like nodes as npm modules. They can include nodes for the palette, but they don't have to. And essentially, it's just a formalized way to insert custom code into the runtime and the editor without having to add nodes to the palette. Now, for us, this is really interesting because it gives us more flexibility in terms of how we add new features to Node-RED. We don't have to now hard code every feature into the core. We can look at how we can extract features out as plugins and make them as optional features. Now, it might be they are plugins that get installed by default, or maybe they don't. And one of the other benefits of this model is for the companies who embed Node-RED in their own solutions, that they have their own requirements and they have their own user base. And we recognize there are going to be some of the more advanced features we look to add to the core that they may not want or it doesn't make sense to have in their environment. So by delivering them as plugins, they aren't hard-coded into the core and they remain quite flexible and optional to those users. So a couple of the plugins we released this year the flow debugger, and I have to say this is a feature I've wanted to deliver for years with Node-RED. Generally not having seen anything like this in the low code tool space. Being able to set breakpoints in your flow, being able to it's like the debug node, but providing a lot more functionality around pausing a flow when a message arrives, being able to examine it, being able to step the message through the flow one node at a time, and yeah, providing a lot of those sorts of superpowers that for a code developer, they'll be quite used to using a code debugger. And there's no reason you shouldn't be able to have these tools in a low code environment. Very much in that theme was the, oh, sorry. And let me wind back. I jumped ahead a bit quickly. And the flow debugger is a great example, and the plugin approach is a great example of how we try and approach the design of features in Node-RED. Is by making it a plugin, it forces us to think, what are the APIs we need in the core of Node-RED to enable this plugin to exist? And having these external APIs are great because there should be no reason why anyone else shouldn't be able to create their own flow debugger or their own plugin that integrates at this level. So on the back of that, we created the Hooks API, which is a way to plug in custom code into the message routing path. And that's a really interesting API if you wanted to create, for example, distributed Node-RED. You could create a plugin that sits in the messaging path, and you can run 2 Node-RED instances running the same flows, and the plugin is able to jump messages between those instances. So you could distribute a single flow across multiple devices. Again, that's a scenario I really want to build a proof of concept of, but haven't got there yet. The other plugin, which already mentioned in one of the earlier talks, was the Flow Linter, created by, originally conceived of and created by the team at Hitachi. So again, the sort of tool that experienced code developers are used to having in their IDE, having a tool that can look at what you're building and can make recommendations and identify potential problems, all those sorts of things. And as a plugin, it's extensible. You can actually create additional rules for the linter as plugins themselves that plug into the Flow Linter. We've got a fairly small set of rules in there today, but again, it's an area ripe for extending and making even more feature rich. Some other of the plugins, theme plugins. We've made it even easier to customize the theme of Node-RED. You've been able to do that for a long time, but you had to edit your settings file in quite a few places and point to custom CSS files, and it worked, but it wasn't very user-friendly. Well, now you can just npm install a theme and make a one-line change in your settings file to tell it which of those theme plugins you want to be using. And shout out to the Node-RED Contrib themes collection. It's got some great looking themes, light, dark, different shades of gray. Yeah, awesome stuff. Another plugin, library store plugins. So this was one of the first proof of concepts of the plugin framework. A way to create, so a library store plugin is some code that knows how to get and retrieve flows from some sort of storage. And we've actually provided a file store plugin as an example. But as an API, people could create plugins for databases, for REST APIs, for whatever they want. So the file store is an example of creating one that you can add additional libraries to your import and export dialog. So as an example, you could configure an external library using a local file store, but perhaps you use Dropbox to automatically sync those files in the cloud. And then you could have a team who are all collaborating and being able to share flows in that folder. So it builds on some of those collaboration ideas. And again, an area I'm keen to see us expand on. So that's 2.0. I mean, that was months ago. 2.1, it's only like 2 or 3 days old. I'm sure many of you have already had a play with it, or at least had a look at the release notes, but I did want to give a bit of a highlight as to what's in there. for those who haven't upgraded yet. So one of the challenges we face is how we can communicate changes to users. We do the release blog posts, the forum, the release video, talks like this, but often for users it can be a challenge to try and keep up with the changes going on. So in this release we've introduced the tour guide framework. So this is the first time you open up the editor, it will give you a little tour of the new features that you can click through or you can quit out of. And that's something we'll keep up to date with future milestone releases, introduce the new things, where's there a new button you can click to do something interesting, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I hope it's useful. I look forward to getting feedback from the community on it. You can turn it off if you don't want to see them. But what's also cool is this is built on a tour guide component. So the welcome tour is an example of a tour. There is a whole tour guide component that is reusable and could be used to create interactive tutorials in the editor, could be used to create more focused guides to particular features, that type of thing. So again, I'm excited to see how this develops. We've seeded the groundwork for it, and be interesting to see what ideas people have and things moving forward. Hiding tabs. So we often hear of users who have got lots of tabs, tens, hundreds of tabs in the editor, and we know it can get a bit hard to manage. So with this release, you can now actually hide tabs. So like Subflow tabs that you could open and close, regular tabs now get a close button when you hover over it, and clicking it will hide the tab. The info sidebar list of your flows has a little eye icon, which is a button you can click to toggle the visibility, so you can quickly and easily show and hide those tabs. And there's a new tab menu that gives you access to a whole bunch of new actions built into the editor to help you work with your flows. And you'll notice all the menus now have keyboard shortcuts if you've gone and set some keyboard shortcuts, or there are the default shortcuts. All the menus show their keyboard shortcuts. Again, just trying to make it more accessible to users to discover this sort of functionality. So a couple other new features, actually new nodes in the editor. Dynamic MQTT nodes. Now, Andy, in his previous talk, talked about payload and topic and the heritage of Node-RED coming from an MQTT world. I just wanted to show you this, which not very many people would have seen. This is Node-RED before it was even called Node-RED. It says Node-RED up in the top here, but I think that got added after. This is super early version of Node-RED before it ever got published. And you can see in the, it looks roughly familiar, but you can see we've got an input node, which doesn't have any configuration, because this just assumes you're connecting to an MQTT broker on localhost. So you just give it a topic, and you can export, and you can output, which again, where do you want to publish the message? And you can wire them together. But if you wanted to export messages, now you can actually provide an external MQTT broker. Yeah, so this is super early Node-RED with the nodes that we were creating for the projects we were doing back in the day. And it's funny to look at it. It's recognizable as Node-RED, but you sort of realize how far it's come over the last 8 years. So yes, the dynamic MQTT nodes, a great example of a feature. We often see people self-publish contrib nodes to the community that add features that arguably ought to be in the core. And I always get mixed feelings when I see those get published, because often they get published without a discussion having been had in the core of the project about those sorts of features. And people are absolutely in their right to self-publish nodes like that. But I always feel it's a bit of a missed opportunity to direct some of that developer effort and expertise into the core. But it also helps, if they get published, then it's a good way to get feedback and ideas and see how things can improve. So dynamic MQTT nodes is a good example. With this release, you can now dynamically control the MQTT nodes. You don't have to hard code all their details. So, for example, here I've got a flow running. You can see my MQTT nodes are currently disconnected because you can tell the MQTT node, the broker, not to connect by default. If I just switch to the debug tab, so I can send it a connect message and the nodes connect, but nothing's appearing in debug because I send a subscribe and now messages arriving on the subscription, and I can tell it to unsubscribe and I can tell it to disconnect. And it's super simple, but it's actually really powerful because there are scenarios when it's just not suitable to have hard coded your MQTT details in the node. You might be using an IoT service that has to dynamically provision credentials or dynamically provision the topic space that you need to subscribe to. So those scenarios were super difficult to do with the core Node-RED nodes previously, but these nodes make that trivial to do in the core. Another example, the link cool nodes. So a common question we've had is how to create subroutine-like flows that can be easily reused. And for most cases, our answers have been subflows, which we've had for a very long time, that let you create a flow, collapse it to a node in your palette, and then you just drag that node wherever you want to use it. And subflows offer some really powerful features, but for some reason, some users just don't enjoy using them, or they want to do something slightly different. So, so with this release, we've introduced the link cool node. So we already had the link nodes, which let you create sort of virtual links between bits of your flows. And so you could sort of use those to create subroutine flows. The problem was when you linked to a link in node, it would go through the flow and it would reach the link out node. And the link out node would then send a message to everything it was connected to. That would be okay if you were only calling that subroutine from one place because it only had to return to one place. But as soon as you wanted to reuse that, you couldn't because the link out would send messages back to everyone. So this is where the link node, the link cool node comes in. So here we've got some flows with link in and link out nodes. Each one just does a simple maths operation. So I've got this one will multiply the payload by 2, this one by 3. Oh, yeah, okay, well, let's start with that. So 2 and 3. And you'll notice the link out node has been put into return mode. So that tells the node that just send the message back to whatever link cool node is calling you. So here we have the link cool nodes. You pick which link node you want to link it to. So when I inject 10, and I have debug shown, clear that again. So my times 2, I get 20. 10 times 2 is 20. Times 3 is 30. And then I've got my times 4 and 12, which unsurprisingly do the right thing. And those are implemented, well, times by 4, you times by 2 twice. And 12 is 3 and then 4. So you can actually nest the link cool nodes. So yeah, it makes really interesting use case for creating reusable subflows, well, reusable subroutines. And a good example here is I can put all my subroutines on one tab and see them all in the same place, which for some, that was one of the criticisms of subflows. When you had a family of them and you needed to make changes across them all, you couldn't see them all at the same time. So yeah, they don't have all the power of subflows for sure, but it's certainly when you need something a bit lighter weight, they're a great choice. Autocomplete. So this is a great example of a feature that it only took a couple of hours to put together in the code, but as soon as I'd done it, I realized the impact this is going to have, that people won't notice, but it's there and it's really cool. It's just simply autocomplete message property names as you're typing. It's a feature I sort of been mentally blocked on for a long time because how do you know what message properties to autocomplete? And then I kind of realized, well, even just offering a hard-coded list based on the core nodes would solve the problem for a lot of, well, it would solve it for the majority of cases. Payload, topic, reset, just the core stuff. And it also helps save you having to look up the right property name, because you can sort of search for the right property name. It gives you a hint as to which node that property has come from. And in the future, we will certainly add the ability for third-party nodes to register their properties so that the autocomplete can also learn and provide a richer thing. How am I doing? So, awesome. So there's plenty more in this release. If you haven't played with it yet, do go have a look at the release blog post. There's another video of me sat here talking through it. But yeah, there's lots of great stuff. But I'm sure, the title of this talk is Node-RED 2.1 and beyond. So let's spend the rest of the time just thinking a bit about what else is coming. What are we thinking about in the project? And as we start to think about Node-RED 2.2, scheduled for January, or even 3.0 in April next year, I want to think a bit about the bigger picture of the Node-RED project as a whole. And at its heart is Node-RED, of course. It's the runtime, the editor, it's what people npm install, it's what we think of as Node-RED. But that's just one of 34 repositories we have in the Node-RED organization on GitHub. We have a lot of stuff in the project. We've got whole repositories of nodes, 3 of them containing multiple nodes. There's the packaging repositories dealing with the Docker images, the Linux installers. We have example authentication plugins, context stores. We have the websites, the project website, the flow library, the cookbook. We've got the plugins I've talked about, the flow debugger, nrlint, the library file store. We've got utility libraries like the test helper for creating node unit tests, the designs repo where we do a lot of the design work for major new features. We've got CLI tools, Node-RED admin, Node-gen, and some other bits I'll talk about in a minute. That's a huge surface area of content. And to be frank, there are some areas we struggle to keep up. It can be hard to prioritize what to do across that huge surface area of the project. The node repository is a great example. The main Node-RED nodes, it's got 74 nodes in it. And that dates from when you had to manually copy node files into your Node-RED install before you could npm install them. And this was where people could contribute nodes. So there's a ton of nodes in there that we didn't write, they were contributed. And they don't get much use. So they gather dust. Because they aren't actually being used, there might be bugs. They aren't being kept up to date. That's a problem. The web nodes is a great example. We had a team of developers spend some time writing a whole bunch of nodes for web services. That team then got moved on to something else, leaving us with quite a lot of technical debt around those nodes. And a lot of them have fallen into disrepair because, again, they aren't things that we are using regularly. So it can be a real challenge to keep on top of this. Node-RED dashboard, certainly have to talk about. So Node-RED dashboard is, for a lot of people, synonymous with the core of Node-RED. The nodes that let you really easy to create a web dashboard sit alongside Node-RED. But we're coming to a bit of a challenging time for dashboard. It's built on top of Angular 1.x. And Angular is finally reaching its end of life in a couple of months' time. It will no longer receive any fixes. So we're kind of at this point with Node-RED dashboard of having to decide, what do we do with dashboard? How do we move it forward when the technology it's built on has reached its end of life? Now, the reality is, I don't think we've ever had a bug that's been an Angular bug. So the fact that no one's going to be fixing Angular bugs isn't going to mean the dashboard's going to suddenly break. The dashboard as it stands is going to continue working for a long time. But it also means it's going to hold us back from being able to move forward and do more and more interesting things. In terms of investing extra time and effort, is it worth investing time and effort on the dashboard that's built on top of such an old version of Angular. So we've started a conversation in the community that's generated a huge response and a great discussion going on about how do we want to evolve dashboard? Do we want to, does it need a complete rewrite? Should we look at alternatives that already exist in the community? Just there's a whole bunch of options. And at this point, I don't think we've really come to any sort of conclusion, but it is an ongoing discussion. And the reality is, Dave has done a superb job of keeping dashboard going and active and maintained, but he and I aren't in a position to create a new dashboard from scratch. That's a huge piece of work. So this is going to be a hot topic. I think it's important for the Node-RED project to have a good dashboarding set of nodes. As I said, there are some great contrib sets of nodes out there, but I think they all have a different trade-off between ease of use, complexity. Are they for beginners? Are they for advanced users? And to be honest, I don't think there's quite a set that hits the ease of use of dashboard for the low code aspect of Node-RED. So we'll have to see where that goes. So what else are we working on? One of the other aspects we want to look at is how can we help improve the overall quality of nodes that the community produces? We have a bunch of best practices. We have naming guidelines, packaging guidelines, all these sorts of things, but we still do see nodes get published that perhaps don't quite meet those criteria. But we've never put gatekeeping on the Flow library. You don't have to get approvals or sign-offs to get things published. And that's been a great success. We have over 3,500 nodes in the library today. And that wouldn't have happened if Dave and I had to manually verify each and every one. But it also is true to say there's some great stuff in there. There's also true to say there's a lot of stuff in there, published once 5 years ago, never updated, doesn't really work, that sort of thing. So the challenge becomes for new users, how do you find the good stuff? How do you find the nodes that are high quality, well maintained, worth investing time on? And also, how can we try and minimize the number of forks and duplicate nodes that exist in the library? So Node-RED Dev is a command line tool we're currently working on for node developers. And you'll be able to run it against your node whilst you're developing it, as well as running it against nodes published to the library. And it will basically run through a series of checks. And with screenshot example of checks here, they're still evolving, we're still refining. There's still plenty of work to be done. But it can do sort of a health check on a node. And the idea this will, yes, it gives the text report. It will also give back a JSON scorecard. And we like this idea of a scorecard that we can generate based on these criteria. So in the Flow library, we could actually start presenting a scorecard alongside each node that's a independent assessment of the node of, does it meet some basic criteria? Are there areas where it doesn't follow the guidelines? That might be okay. It's not necessarily going to be judgmental. It's going to be, just flagging up things. So as a user, you can look at that node and try and make an assessment of, is this node worth investing time and effort trying to use? So that's something we hopefully have available for people to start playing with quite soon. And as I say, we'll look to integrate it in the Flow library soon as well. And from my perspective, one of the other major features, when I think of the tools that code developers expect, you've got the Flow debugger, the linter. A good flow test framework, I think, is one of the major missing pieces. And again, already mentioned before, this is some work being done with Hitachi, creating tooling, a plugin for Node-RED that actually lets you build test flows in the editor, define test cases, stub out nodes, all that sort of behavior, and run those tests from the editor, as well as on the command line. In fact, that's a photo of the whiteboard in IBM Hursley that Andy SC mentioned when sat down with some of the Hitachi guys in January last year. One of the last times I was in IBM Hursley, and we drew up on the whiteboard, very early sketches. So, that's coming down the road. There's a lot of work still to do, but I really think that becomes the missing piece in terms of providing a first-class developer experience in the low-code environment. So with my time just about up, I want to say thank you so much for everyone who's watched or joined the conference today. Thank you, huge thank you. This would not happen without the Node-RED Japan user group team. Big thanks to you guys for an awesome event. And thank you to the community for helping make Node-RED what it is. I'm sure many of you know how to reach me on Slack, in the forum, on Twitter. I do live stream Node-RED development work most Mondays at 8 p.m. in the UK, and there's a huge archive of those on the Node-RED YouTube channel. And yeah, stay tuned for more from FlowForge Inc. Really hope to have some exciting news later this year about what we're up to there. So with that, I think I've filled my 40 minutes and I will say goodbye to you all. Have a great day. Yeah,
thank you, Nick. Thank you for your great presentation. Okay, let me just a second. Okay, got it. All right, so we have lots of comments for you from the YouTube live chat. This I believe that Kazuhito will pick up any comments for you.
Firstly, Ueno-san have a question about Flowlinter. Flowlinter is great, but seems to no plan to internationalization. Do you have a plan to fit Flowlinter with internationalization?
Well, I absolutely recognize that is needed. So yes, that needs to happen. But with so the challenge is that is one item amongst many items across the huge range of features across the whole Node-RED project. So that would be something I would be very welcome to people wanting to contribute and help make that happen. But yes, both Flowlinter and the Flow Debugger, it would be, well, in fact, the Flow Debugger is internationalized. I think it would be great to help get the Flowlinter nationalized and also create some more rules for it. So if that is something that community would like to help with, then please do come talk to us in Slack and we can help produce a plan.
And there are a lot of feedbacks, and I found out of a comment about link node, link call node. I think we found we saw a great example of the link call node. I think I have a question about is there any plan to write documentation about link call node for Cookbook or other document?
Yeah, again, yes. There is, the Cookbook needs a lot of new content. So it needs people to help contribute and make that happen. But yes, the link call node, we will, and the dynamic MQTT nodes, we should absolutely get some good examples of those on the Cookbook. And it's, the release is only 2 days old. The documentation will catch up over the next days and weeks. So thank you.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, very detailed discussion. So we would like to continue to have discussion in Slack or GitHub repository. I think.
Right.
Right. That's all. So thank you again for Nick for your great presentation. I believe that your presentation bring any helpful things to the all of audiences using Node-RED. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes. for all of audiences, thank you for watching the NodeRedCon 2021. So, thank you to the audiences, the speakers, and all of the staff who were involved in the NodeRedCon 2021. And I especially want to thank for the Global Track speakers for joining us live, despite the time difference. Yes, I believe that I understand it's hard to join the wide time difference. All right. Lastly, we have the closing talk by the Atsushi Kojo at the Node-RED User Group Japan president. All right. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi everyone. My name is Kojo, and I'm the organizer of this conference. Thank you all for joining this conference. It was a great conference with really great speakers and staff and audience. This year, I'm very happy to see more global speakers than last year. I will be speaking in Japanese from now on. はい、ここから日本語で、そうですね、日本の方、ですね、私は、ノドレッドユーザーグループジャパンの古城です。はい。皆さん、本日は参加いただき、このカンファレンスに参加いただきありがとうございます。今年はですね、本当素晴らしい、スピーカーの皆さんと、スタッフの皆さんと、そして、ご来場いただいたオーディエンスの皆さんと、ともにですね、作り上げた素晴らしい、グローバルのカンファレンスになったと、思います。はい。で、今年はですね、去年に比べて、本当にグローバルのですね、登壇者の方、たくさんご応募いただきまして、グローバルの専用のですね、トラックを実施することができました。本当に最初から最後まで英語で、私も棒読みながら、英語を今、ちょっと練習させていただきまして、英語のスピーチをさせていただきました。こんなの初めてです。はい。じゃあ、来年もですね、より、もっと、盛り上がるようにですね、このカンファレンス、ノードレッドコンをですね、開催していきたいと思いますので、来年またよろしくお願いします。We will hold it again next year. So please join us next year. Bye bye.